My child, stop scrolling. This is your final call. On tomorrow. On someday. Right now. I need your full attention because what I'm about to say could shift everything. This isn't a casual word. It's a divine interruption. I'm stepping into your moment, into your silence, into the very space where you've been wondering if I still speak, and I'm saying, yes, I do. And I'm speaking now. Don't click away. Don't mute me. Don't miss what your spirit has been begging to hear. Watch all the way through, because every word had been sent on assignment, to confront, to comfort, to call you back before it's too late. You asked for clarity. You begged for a sign. This is it. I am the Lord your God, and I will not be silent. Listen closely, because by the end of this video, you will not be the same. My beloved, this moment was written into the timeline of your life before you ever drew your first breath. And now that moment has arrived. You've heard me before in softer tones, in gentle nudges, quiet reminders, loving taps on the shoulder. But this is different. This is a final call. This is the moment where the eternal presses itself into the present and asks for your undivided attention. I am not speaking to the crowd. I am speaking to you. I am not speaking through a middleman. I am speaking directly. My words are not optional comfort. They are divine summons. You've lingered long enough in the hallway between obedience and hesitation. Now, the door is closing. And I, your God, the one who formed your spirit and carried your sighs like sacred scrolls, am standing before you with eyes ablaze, saying, listen. Now, I have watched you move through life with half your heart awake. I've seen you bury your discernment under distractions, telling yourself there's still time, still room, still tomorrow. But child, hear me. Tomorrow is not promised to reveal what I am saying today. This call isn't about fear. It's about fulfillment. I am not threatening your future. I am rescuing it from being swallowed by delay. You've prayed for clarity. You've begged for purpose. You've whispered to the ceiling in the middle of the night, God, just speak plainly to me. And now I am. This is plain. This is bold. This is unmistakable. I've let the wind speak before. I've let silence stretch so you would lean in. But now I've broken the silence myself. This message is not a suggestion. It's a turning point. It's the sound of the shepherd calling his sheep away from the cliff's edge. And you, beloved, are standing closer to that edge than you even realize. You've been delaying your surrender, waiting for the next season, the next sign, the next wave of courage. But the wave is here. The moment is now. And this sacred interruption is your final call. Not to punish you, but to protect you. Not to condemn you, but to cover you before the storm rolls in. Don't confuse my mercy with margin. The window is brief, but my love is still wide open, and I am still waiting. When I overload. My child, listen. Before another minute escapes into the sea of what-ifs and almosts, I need all of you. Not a sliver of your focus while your hands scroll through the noise of the world. Not half your heart while the rest is lost in yesterday's grief or tomorrow's anxiety. I need your undivided attention. Not because I am desperate, but because you are. Because what I am trying to pour into your spirit cannot land on distracted soil. I am not a side thought in your day. I am the breath in your lungs, the fire in your bones, the heartbeat under your hesitation. I am not asking you to multitask me into your chaos. I am asking you to come away, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, so I can speak directly to the part of you that's been silently screaming for me. I want your eyes up, your heart open, your mind alert. This moment is pregnant with purpose, and if you're only half present, you will miss what I'm trying to place in your hands. Don't offer me crumbs of your focus. I am not a background whisper. I am the roaring voice of heaven. And right now, heaven has silenced all else just so this message could find you. You've tried to split your devotion across so many things: obligations, relationships, deadlines, distractions, and you've called that survival. But I didn't design you to survive distracted. I designed you to live awakened. I'm not speaking in riddles. I'm speaking in revelation. But revelation demands reverence, and reverence requires attention. Look at me. Turn your face fully toward me again. Do not let the ticking of your schedule drown out the timing of my spirit. You've been feeling it, haven't you? That divine discomfort, that pull you can't name, that flicker in your chest that intensifies in the quiet hours. That's me. That's my urgency brushing up against your spirit, begging you to unplug, to look up, to lean in. Don't scroll past this moment, beloved. Don't you dare. What I'm about to speak will shake foundations. What I'm about to release will realign the course of your days. But I need a heart that isn't half-hearted. I need attention that isn't flickering like a faulty candle. I need you, fully, completely, undeniably here. I want to reach the depth of you, but I will not fight for a place among your lesser loves. I must be first, not because I am controlling, but because I am covering. And I cannot cover what refuses to come under me. You've asked me for breakthrough. You pleaded for clarity. And now I am here, not distant, not vague, not hidden behind religious performance. I am in this very moment, closer than the screen you're staring at, more real than the voice in your head. And I'm not speaking to crowds. I'm not broadcasting to thousands. I'm speaking to you. Your name is echoing in heaven as I speak this word. Your heart is what I've set my gaze upon. Your future is what I'm safeguarding with this divine interruption. But you must choose to shut the other doors for a moment so the door of encounter can open wide. Don't make me whisper through walls you've chosen to build. Don't make me compete with noise you've invited in. I am not a guest. I am God. And I come to you with fire in my eyes and mercy in my hands. Child, be fully here. Because what I have to give next will land on divided ground. That unsettling ache in your spirit. That heaviness you can't name. That strange pressure that presses even in your quiet moments. That was me. I've been stirring the waters of your soul, not to frighten you, but to wake you. You called it anxiety. You called it confusion. But I called it the sound of awakening. You are not losing your mind. You are finding your calling. That restlessness that lingers long after your distractions have run out of fuel, that was me rearranging the atmosphere inside you. I've been calling your name in the secret places. I've been standing behind the curtain of your comfort, tapping gently, waiting patiently, longing for the moment your spirit would finally recognize the sound of my knock. You kept trying to shake it off, numb it down, reason it away. But it never left, did it? Because I never left. A tension in your chest is not a sign of breakdown. It's the evidence of divine breakthrough, stirring just beneath the surface. You've been trying to explain it to others, trying to find language for what you feel. But they don't see what I see. They don't hear what I hear. You're not meant to find understanding from voices I didn't authorize to interpret your journey. I've kept it holy. I've kept it hidden. Because this call is not communal. It's personal. And I chose you. Yes, you. The one who thought it was too late. The one who thought they missed their chance. The one who's been drifting in a fog, hoping for clarity, but settling for survival. I'm here to shake you out of survival and into assignment. I've rattled the false security around your comfort so you'd finally ask, God, what are you doing? And now I can answer. I'm stirring. I'm shifting. I'm summoning you out of the shallow and into the sacred. The shaking was never punishment. It was preparation. The unease wasn't a sign of my absence. It was a signal of my nearness. You're not being ruined. You're being refined. Don't let the familiarity of delay dull your sensitivity to what I am doing. Don't grow so used to the restlessness that you forget it has a reason. Every flicker of discomfort with a flare from heaven. Every moment your soul sighed for something more. It was me. I've been interrupting your patterns because I'm preparing you for purpose. And now that purpose is closer than it's ever been, the call you sensed in your bones but didn't have words for, it's here. It's now. It's me. I'm not a fleeting thought. I'm the beginning and the end. I'm not stirring you to scare you. I'm stirring you to send you. I've placed eternity in your chest and now I'm breathing life into it. Don't resist what you don't yet understand. Just say yes. Say yes to the stirring. Say yes to the shift. Say yes to the voice that's always been calling you in the silence. You are not where you started. You are standing on the threshold of everything I've been preparing. So feel the stirring. Let it break you open. Because I'm not finished calling. And I will not stop until you answer. Child, come closer. I need you to hear this with your spirit, not just your ears. Every moment you thought was wasted, every detour that made you doubt, every silence that stretched so long you questioned my love, it was never punishment. It was protection. I was not punishing you with waiting. I was protecting you through divine withholding. Because what I'm preparing for you is not cheap, and I do not place royal crowns on unready heads. You cried out for movement, for progress, for doors to open. But if I had given you what you asked for when you asked, it would have crushed you. The timing wasn't delayed by forgetfulness. It was delayed by faithfulness. I was shielding you from successes that would have sunk you, from relationships that would have robbed you, from platforms that would have poisoned you. You thought I had changed my mind about you. But in truth, I was guarding the unfolding of my mind for you. You see, when the world moves fast, I often slow things down. Not because I'm behind, but because I'm building. Your delays were not divine disinterest. They were divine design. I was weaving something so intricate, so eternal, so specifically crafted for your DNA that it required stillness to shape. The moments you called rejection were really redirection. The no's you labeled as denial were actually detours around destruction. I know what's ahead. I see traps in timelines you can't perceive. I hear conversations about you in realms you haven't entered. And I refused to let your destiny be hijacked by speed when your soul needed stillness. This was not punishment. This was the fierce, fiery love of a father who would rather endure your frustration than watch your calling be compromised. I slowed you down because what I've written for you requires strength, not just stamina, but spiritual steel, and I couldn't give you destiny until you could carry the weight without it breaking you. And now, child, the clock of heaven is striking a new hour. The delay has served its purpose. The protection has fulfilled its assignment. What was once withheld is now being unveiled. You didn't miss it. You were being matured for it. And the reason it hurt so deeply is because you were made for more than shallow things. I was deepening you so I could deliver something that would not dissolve under pressure. You are not behind. You are right on time. And not just any time, this time. the exact second I set aside before the foundations of the world. A delay was not a detour from destiny. It was destiny in disguise, and I guarded it like a flame in the wind, shielding it with my own hands. Now, that flame is about to ignite everything around you, and it will burn brighter because of every moment you thought was wasted. Nothing was wasted. Everything was woven. You've been looking for signs in the sky, for confirmation in conversations, for some flashing billboard of direction. You've asked God, where are you? What am I supposed to do? And all the while, child, I was whispering, not because I was playing hard to get, but because I wanted to draw you closer. I whispered in the quiet of your soul when the world grew loud. I whispered through the ache that words couldn't describe. I whispered through sleepless nights, through scriptures you skimmed but didn't understand, through the random moments of peace that had no explanation. I was never silent. I was subtle, and subtlety is sacred, because in the subtle, I separate the seekers from the spectators. But I see now that the volume of your world has reached deafening levels. The opinions, the pressure, the fear, the doubt, they've been shouting so loudly that you've started to believe I've stopped speaking. So now, I'm raising my voice, not in anger, but in urgency. This is the hour when whispers become a roar. This is not about volume. It's about weight. The weight of my voice is falling now with such clarity. It will cut through every counterfeit truth you've accepted. You won't need to ask if this is me. You'll know. Because my voice doesn't echo like confusion. It carries authority, comfort, conviction, all wrapped in unmistakable love. You've been asking for clarity. This is clarity. This is me, the Lord of hosts, the Lion of Judah, the lover of your soul, stepping into your atmosphere to make it known. You are not directionless. You are being directed. But my direction is not always logical. It is supernatural. It doesn't follow the maps of man. It follows the breath of my spirit. And I am breathing on you now. The reason I must raise my voice is because the time is short. You are on the cusp of collision, my calling meeting your surrender. And I refuse to let noise rob you of what I've been preparing in silence. There is clarity coming, but it requires consecration. You cannot hear me clearly if you keep feeding the frequency of fear. You must tune your ears not to what's loudest, but to what is lasting. I will not compete with the world's chaos. I will outlast it. And those who hear me in this hour will walk in an authority they didn't earn but were entrusted with. I want to entrust that to you, beloved. So yes, I'm speaking louder now. And yes, it may feel like shaking, because I'm shaking loose every lie that tried to settle in your heart. You wanted a sign. This is it. You asked me to speak plainly. I am. This is not poetry. This is prophecy. This is not suggestion. This is strategy. I am raising my voice so you can rise into alignment. Hear me. Heed me. Because what I say next will not only guide you, it will guard you. My precious one, let me speak plainly and with the weight of eternity behind every word. You cannot ignore this again. This isn't just a gentle prompting. It is a divine pull with consequences attached. The nudge you've been feeling, the urgency pressing against your chest like invisible hands shaking your soul. It's me. It has always been me. But this time, it carries a holy deadline, a divine countdown you cannot see with your natural eyes. You are standing before a window that was opened by mercy and held open by grace, but it was never meant to stay open forever. This is a prophetic pivot point in your story, and if you walk past it like it's another passing moment, you will miss what was meant to be yours. I am not saying this to provoke fear, but to protect what I have destined for you. Heaven has held its breath, waiting for this yes. The earth is aligned for your movement. And now, child, I am telling you, move. Because the clock is moving, and the door will not remain unlocked indefinitely. There are divine windows that close, not because I stop loving you, but because I have other sons and daughters whose stories are intertwined with your obedience. There are miracles waiting to move through your movement. There are destinies linked to your surrender. You think it's just about your next step, your next prayer, your next choice. But I see the cascading effect in the spirit. The wave that starts with your yes and touches lives you haven't even met. You see, I'm not just building a moment. I'm building a map. And when you delay, it's not just your route that gets disrupted. It's others too. That's why I cannot allow this nudge to be dismissed as just another emotional moment. It's not emotion. It's emergency. It's heaven's siren sounding in your spirit. It's me, your creator, your covering, your counselor, leaning down and saying with trembling love in my voice, don't miss this. Because what's on the other side of this moment is not replaceable. It is rare, reserved, and irrevocably yours, if you answer now. Do you remember when you almost turned back last time? When fear nearly convinced you to stay small, stay quiet, stay hidden? I intercepted that lie with grace. I rerouted your collapse into a moment of mercy. But this time, I'm placing the weight in your hands. This is not about trying harder, we're doing more. This is about responding. I am standing at the edge of the threshold with the oil of fulfillment in my hands, and I will pour it only on those who dare to step through the narrow place. I am not being harsh. I am being honest. The window is holy, but it is closing. And while I will always love you, what I want to do through you right now requires urgency. This is a once marked moment in the story of your life, and heaven will not reopen this chapter in the same way. So do not ignore the nudge. Don't explain it away. Don't wait for confirmation after confirmation. This is the confirmation. This is the final call. The angels are leaning in. The time is right. Step through, child. Step through before the closing sound is no longer opportunity, but echo. Let's get this clear, beloved. I am not warning you because I'm angry. I am crying out to you because I love you. This is not fear. This is fire. The kind of fire only a loving God can carry. The kind that purifies, that sanctifies, that won't stand by while you settle for a version of life far beneath what you were created for. My words are not laced with shame. They are saturated with passion. Passionate pursuit. Passionate mercy. Passionate desire for you to not miss this divine appointment. I have seen what's waiting on the other side of your yes, and I can no longer watch you hesitate at the door of your own destiny. You were designed for more. Not imagined for mediocrity, not fashioned for fear. I breathed you into being for purpose, on purpose. And now, my love is roaring with urgency because I cannot bear to watch you walk another day in delay, doubt, or disobedience. You keep calling it overwhelming, too big, too soon. But I call it right on time. I call it custom build. I call it anointed just for you. I've placed keys inside your spirit that only fit the locks of this season. And I am not asking you to understand everything, only to trust the one who offered everything. My love is not timid. It does not whisper when danger lurks. It shouts. And that's what you're feeling now, not fear, but the force of my unrelenting love refusing to stay silent while you entertain the lie that it's safer to stay stuck. That unrest in your chest, the tears that come without words, the dreams that won't die, Those are not signals of chaos. They are signals of calling. And my love will not let you pretend you don't feel it anymore. It will pursue you until you respond. Because I didn't form you in the secret place just to let you live a secret life. I'm calling you out, not to embarrass you but to establish you. And child, hear this. I won't stop. I won't stop loving you with this holy insistence. I won't stop showing up in your silence. I won't stop circling your name in the heavens like thunder. You don't realize it yet, but I have been orchestrating moments, whispers, interruptions, all expressions of my persistent love. I love you too much to leave you comfortable in compromise. I love you too much to watch you sleep through your divine assignment. That's why this love feels weighty. That's why it burns like urgency instead of floating like sentiment. Because I am not interested in you being merely comforted. I want you to be commissioned. And I will wrap my call in love, again and again, until your bones can't sit still, until your heart aches for the more you were made for, until you move. This isn't manipulation. This is manifestation of a love that fights for you, a love that sees the end from the beginning, a love that says, "You are still mine, and I am not letting go." I know the noise has been constant, the static of opinions, the sound of survival, the background hum of responsibilities that never pause. You've been moving through crowded spaces, both outside and within. And yet, beneath the buzz, beneath the busyness, there's been a sound louder than volume. It's been a pulse, a whisper, a knowing that refused to be drowned. That wasn't your imagination. That wasn't coincidence. That was me. Underneath every conversation that left you empty, behind every plan that felt hollow, I was speaking. I've been trying to break through the surface tension of your life to reach the deep. I've been sounding the frequency of destiny, and your spirit, though weary, has been resonating with it. You couldn't put it into words, but you felt it. That ache, that internal awareness that said, there has to be more. That was me knocking. You see, I don't always shout above the crowd. Sometimes, I settle in the silence underneath the chaos. I speak not to compete with the noise, but to outlast it. And you felt it, haven't you? That divine dissonance. The restlessness that follows the routines. The frustration with shallow answers and temporary fixes. That's not dysfunction. That's divine discomfort. I've allowed it to grow louder because I want you to realize that the noise will never satisfy what your soul is longing for. You were not built to thrive on surface sound. You were created to respond to the voice of the one who made you. That's why nothing else works. That's why you can be in a room full of laughter and still feel like something's missing. It's because I'm speaking underneath it all, and your heart, though distracted, is still tethered to truth. Let me say this to you clearly, powerfully and unmistakably. I have been trying to get through to you. Not just to guide you, not just to help you avoid failure, but to awaken you. You've been surrounded, yes, but I have been surrounding you, too. My spirit has hovered over your life like a shield, a sun, a spotlight. I've been pulling on your attention in quiet moments. That moment in the shower when a tear slipped out and you didn't know why. That drive when the music didn't matter because your mind was in another realm. That feeling that something was shifting even when everything looked the same. That's the space where I speak. And right now, I'm turning the volume up. Not so I can be one more sound in your ears, but so I can be the final word in your life. The voice that silences all others. The voice that calls you out of fog and into fire. The voice that does not compete, but conquers. So lean in, child. Tune out the static and return to the signal. My signal. I am not lost in the noise. I am the note that never stops playing underneath it. And I will keep calling until you respond with your whole heart. Because you know, and I know, something greater has always been trying to get through. And now is the time to let it. Yes, it was me. You thought you were alone in those late-night spirals. You believed I had walked away because the silence felt like abandonment. But I was there, every moment, every breath, every tear. I was the stillness in the chaos, the presence in the absence, the warmth behind the cold walls you built to protect your breaking heart. I sat beside you on the edge of your bed when your prayers turned into whispers and your faith turned into questions. I didn't flinch when you doubted me. I didn't pull back when you pulled away. I stayed. Not because you earned it, but because I chose you. I've been tugging at your soul like a father who sees his child about to walk off a cliff and cannot, will not, just stand by. You may have felt lost, but you were never unseen. Every decision you made thinking I was distant, I was there, watching, waiting, whispering. Even when you thought you were choosing the wrong path, I was placing exit ramps of grace all around you. I've been more involved than you realize, more present than you imagined. Not to control your will, but to win your heart. I don't want blind obedience. I want willing surrender. And I've been patient, so painfully patient, because I knew the moment would come when your soul would finally say, God, are you still there? And my answer is this, yes. I never left. You made choices you regret. You entertained distractions that drained you. But I never canceled your calling. I never revoked your purpose. I've been waiting not just behind your choices, but inside your ache. Loving you while you wandered. Covering you while you collapsed. Healing you even as you resisted my hands. And now, child, I want you to feel the truth of this. You've never been outside my reach. Your worst day didn't erase your destiny. Your biggest fall didn't scare me away. I've been closer than you thought, speaking through every sigh, catching every unspoken prayer, answering requests you didn't know how to form into words. I've sat beside your sleepless nights not as a silent judge but as a relentless redeemer. I've wrapped my presence around your anxiety like a blanket, waiting for you to realize that comfort has always been available, not in escape, but in encounter. I wasn't hiding. I was hovering like I did over the waters in Genesis, waiting to breathe again, waiting to create again, waiting to restore again. And I still am. I'm not just the God who starts the story. I'm the God who finishes it. Is tug you feel now? Is pull in your chest that refuses to let go? That's me. Still calling. Still inviting. Still loving you through layers of dust and distraction. I've never let go. And I won't start now. You are not too far gone. You are one breath away from turning back into the arms that never stopped waiting. So let me pull you close again. Not because you're broken, but because you're mine. I saw you. Every time. When you stood in the mirror and rehearsed the smile. When you stepped into the room and carried strength like armor over trembling bones. I watched you shoulder burdens no one else could see, walking through days with a cracked spirit hidden behind perfect performance. You wore composure like a mask, but I saw beneath it. I saw the rawness. I heard the silent screams behind the practiced politeness. And child, I wept. I, the God of all creation, the Ancient of Days, the Lion and the Lamb, I wept with you. My tears mingled with yours in secret, not as a spectator, but as a savior who never turned away from pain. You weren't pretending before me. You were surviving. And I stayed, silent sometimes, but never absent. Present in the pause. Here in the numbness. I never looked away, not once. But hear me now. It's time to move. Not because I didn't care about your pain, but because I've prepared something greater beyond it. You've lingered long enough in a land of survival. You've mastered how to exist without falling apart. But I didn't call you to just exist. I called you to rise. And rising requires movement. Not rushed, frantic movement, but holy movement. Prophetic movement. A kind of movement that begins with a single yes. I've seen the cracks in your heart. And now, I'm coming to fill them, not just with comfort, but with commission. I'm not giving you another reason to cry. I'm giving you permission to step forward. You've waited for the pain to pass before moving. But child, the movement is what will heal the pain. It's the going forward that opens the wound to my wind. It's the next step that releases what you've buried beneath endurance. You've become an expert at holding it together. But I want to make you a witness of what happens when someone hands me their broken pieces and watches as I build something beautiful. You don't need to keep pretending. I am not asking for your performance. I'm asking for your permission to lead you out of the ache and into alignment. The time of pretending is over. This is not a season for masks. This is the season for miracles. And I've stored one in the next step I've been waiting for you to take. Don't wait to feel ready. Don't wait until you don't feel broken anymore. The healing will meet you in motion. The clarity will catch you in obedience. The strength will rise up as you walk forward. This movement isn't about chasing something. It's about surrendering everything. And when you surrender what you've held tightly to protect your pain, I will replace it with power. Power not to oppress, but to endure. Power not to perform, but to live fully again. So come now, child. Move with me. Take the trembling step. Let your heart crack open again, not to bleed, but to bloom. I'm not just walking with you. I'm walking ahead of you, clearing the path. The same God who sat with you in your sorrow is the same God now calling you into strength. The one who saw you weep in private is now writing joy into your public story. You've worn heaviness long enough. It's time to wear hope. You've been still in survival long enough. It's time to move in miraculous momentum. This is not just transition. It is transformation. And it starts now, with your movement. Listen, beloved, for the winds are changing. Time is no longer moving as it once did. What seemed stalled is suddenly stirring. What felt suspended is starting to sing. You may not see it yet with your natural eyes, but in the unseen, realms are aligning. The gears of destiny are turning. The orchestration of heaven is moving in divine synchronization. The angels who were once stationed in stillness are now rising with swords drawn, instructions in hand. And you, child, are not a bystander in this shift. You are a part of it. You are not just affected by the movement. You are assigned to it. You were born for this exact inflection point. Before time began, I wrote your name into this hour. You are not late. You are not misplaced. You are part of the prophetic release I have reserved for this moment in history. The delay was real. Yes, I know. You felt it like a weight on your chest, a hope deferred that made your heart sick. You've walked through seasons where it felt like the promises stalled, like the clock stopped ticking over your name. But now, that divine pause is breaking open. The shift is not only near, it is here. And you must understand this. What I'm doing now is not a slow drip. It's a divine downpour. The things you've been waiting for in tears are now being released in torrents. And I didn't forget you in the wait. I was fortifying you for the release. I was aligning your spirit with my spirit. I was calibrating your heart to handle what others would mishandle. Because what I'm about to release through your life is not ordinary. It's not repeatable. It's not generic. It's glory-shaped, handcrafted, heaven-time purpose, and it's breaking open right now. You feel it? That trembling in the atmosphere, that spiritual pressure behind your daily routine. That's the buildup of fulfillment pressing against the borders of your life. The dam is cracking. The sky is rumbling. What was paused is now prepared. And I didn't leave you out. I didn't pass you by. I preserved you. I position you. And now I'm releasing you. Not into chaos, but into calling. Not into fear, but into fullness. What's coming next will require all of you. But it will also bring out the best of what I've placed inside you. You are stepping into divine alignment where time, territory, and testimony all collide. Your yes has activated a release you couldn't have forced if you tried. This is not hustle. This is heaven moving in your direction. So stay alert. Stay humble. Stay surrendered. Because in this hour, alignment is acceleration. And alignment is not just a concept. It's a command. You cannot walk where I'm leading you if you're holding on to what I'm leaving behind. Release what I've asked for so I can release what I've prepared. The shift is sacred. This timing is tailored. And your obedience is the key that turns the lock. You've been prepared for such a time as this, not just to witness my release, but to be a part of it. So rise, child. Rise into the rhythm of release. For what was once paused is now poised to pour, and I'm choosing to pour it through you. Beloved, let me set you free from the lie that has lingered too long in your mind. The lie that you must fix everything behind you before I can move you forward. No. This is not about rearranging regrets or re-editing the past. This is about responding to the present, because what I have prepared for you didn't begin with your mistakes. It began with my master plan. Before your first breath, before your first choice, before the first scar ever touched your story, I had already spoken destiny over you. I didn't wait to see if you would perform perfectly. I didn't pause to evaluate your worth. I declared it eternally, irrevocably, intentionally. And what I declared then, I still decree now. You are mine, and your purpose still stands. You keep turning around, trying to untangle your yesterdays before daring to step into tomorrow. But child, I don't need your history rewritten. I need your heart realigned. I am not the God who picks apart your past. I am the God who propels you through it. You've stared at closed chapters, wept over missed moments, and tried to resurrect seasons I never asked you to revisit. But I say to you now, stop looking backward. There is a promise with your name on it standing right in front of you, arms outstretched, waiting to be received. It's not based on who you used to be. It's based on who I always knew you were becoming. The shame that still shackles your soul, I shattered it at the cross. The guilt that whispers, "You're not ready," I silenced it with grace that screams louder, "You are already chosen." Understand this. What's been waiting for you isn't flimsy. It isn't temporary. It is unconditional. It has been reserved. Reserved through battles. Reserved through betrayal. Reserved through brokenness. Every step you've taken, even the ones that felt like missteps, have still led you to this intersection of invitation and inheritance. I've preserved something so specific, so sacred, that only your obedience can activate it. You're not entering into something you have to fabricate. You're stepping into what's already been fashioned for you. Like a robe tailored in heaven's hand, your purpose was stitched together before time, and now it's ready to be worn. You won't need to force it. You'll feel it. It will fit your spirit because it was formed by my spirit. And the only requirement: leave the illusion that you must clean up to come close. I don't call the clean. I cleanse the called. And you are called. So come forward. Step boldly. Walk not with the weight of who you were, but with the wind of who I say you are. This is not about fixing. This is about fulfilling. This is not about editing your story. It's about embracing your assignment. The past has played its part, but what's ahead is waiting to be activated by your yes. Don't let shame rewrite what I have already redeemed. Don't let regret become the ruler of your destiny. The King has already spoken, and what I spoke was not about your flaws. It was about your future. And child, your future is calling. You feel it, don't you? The weight of this moment. You've just heard my voice disrupt your rhythm, stir your soul, and call you into divine realignment. Now I ask you not only to respond with your heart, but with your hand. Sow into the fire that's just been lit in your spirit, so it can burn through others who are still asleep. Your giving becomes oil, holy oil, that fuels the message, opens the reach, and sends my word deeper into the earth. As it is written, he who refreshes others will himself be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25. And this is your moment to release rivers. You've asked to be part of something eternal. This is it. Go to the description now and pour into this mission through Super Thanks, membership, or PayPal. Do it now. This is your final call to help carry my voice before it's too late for someone else. The enemy has been subtle, hasn't he? Not loud, not obvious. Just silent sabotage. A slow drip of distraction. A fog that made days blur together. An apathy that crept in like smoke, dulling your spiritual senses, making you believe that delay meant denial. He didn't need to steal your purpose. He just needed to numb your urgency. Because a purpose without urgency becomes passive. And that's what he hoped you'd become, passive. Disengaged. Neutral. Lukewarm. Not rebellious, just reluctant. Not far gone, just frozen. But child, I am thawing what hell tried to freeze. I am awakening your urgency again, because you are closer than you realize to everything I've promised. The weariness you've been carrying, that wasn't yours to carry. That was weight added by the adversary to slow your steps. He tried to convince you that nothing was changing, that nothing would ever shift. But that was a lie woven with half-truths, because what you didn't see was that every step you took in obedience was shaking the ground beneath you. You thought you were walking in circles, but you've been circling Jericho. And child, the walls are about to fall. That stirring that's come back, that sudden surge of tears you didn't expect, that sense that something is about to break open, even though nothing around you says it. That is the sound of urgency being resurrected in your bones. The enemy can numb the surface, but he cannot reach the seed I've planted within you. And now, that seed is sprouting again. You may not have shouted yet, but the 7th lap is near. And I'm telling you, it's closer than you think. Let me remind you why urgency matters. Because every moment matters. Because your time is not random, it is ripe. Because heaven has scheduled things around your response. You think you have time to wait. But what if time has been waiting on you? What if the resources, the relationships, the revival you've been praying for are not stuck? They are stationed, waiting for your yes to reach them. I am not pressuring you. I am positioning you. Because you are that close. You are standing at the hinge of holy timing, a divine tipping point. You've cried, fasted, and worshipped, waited. And now, I am saying, wake up the urgency again. Don't walk casually into this moment. Don't treat this as just another word. This is the word that activates the turning point. And the enemy is terrified of what will happen when you finally move fully awake. So rise, child. Rise from the numbness. Shake off the slumber. Let fire return to your footsteps and purpose to your pace. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are dangerously close to destiny colliding with reality. And I refuse to let the enemy lull you into missing it. It's why I'm stirring your spirit so violently right now. That's why the tears feel heavier, the dreams more vivid, the sleep less restful. It's not fatigue. It's divine fire returning. I am waking the warrior again. I am awakening the urgency again. Because what you've prayed for is nearer than your breath. And the shift you waited for is waiting on your movement. You are closer than you realize. And I refuse to let you sleep through the miracle. Get up. Lean in. Move now. This is the moment. I've watched you. So many nights, so many attempts. You've tried. Oh, how you've tried. To figure it out. To fix it. To hold it together with trembling hands and exhausted willpower. You picked up pieces of shattered dreams and attempted to rebuild the architecture of your future without my blueprints. Not because you were rebellious, but because you were tired of waiting. Tired of wondering. Tired of feeling like nothing was moving. So you tried to move it yourself. I saw you all. I watched you shoulder burdens that were never meant to rest on human strength. I saw the way you clenched your jaw in secret, how you held the tears in public, how you whispered, "I'm fine," while breaking quietly beneath the weight of it all. And child, I never condemned you for it. I wept, because I never asked you to carry it alone. You see, your strength was never designed to be your source. It was designed to be surrendered. You've been carrying dreams, decisions, and disappointments that have grown too heavy for one soul to bear. And here's the truth. You were never meant to. That pressure on your chest, that exhaustion that sleep can't fix, that's the consequence of divine misalignment, where your spirit is trying to function in roles that belong to me. I am your defender. I am your provider. I am your strategist. I am your strength. And still, you've been trying to be all those things to yourself. Not because you lack faith, but because you've been afraid. Afraid that if you let go, it will all fall apart. Afraid that if you stop pushing, nothing will move. But child, what if letting go is the very thing that unlocks the breakthrough? What if surrender isn't weakness, it's warfare? What if putting it in my hands is the greatest act of power you can make in this season? So now, I am calling you, not gently, but urgently. Hand it over. All of it. Not just the parts you've deemed too heavy. Even the parts you think you can manage. Even the plans you think are working. I want it all. I am not a part-time savior. I'm not interested in co-piloting your future. I want full control, not because I crave dominance, but because I offer deliverance. You don't need to navigate the storm. You need to rest in the boat with the one who commands the wind. You've been holding the map, but I am the destination. Stop negotiating your surrender. Stop calculating how much you can afford to release. This isn't a transaction. It's a transfer. Give me the fear. Give me the confusion. Give me the deadlines and detours. Give me the weight of decisions that have paralyzed your peace. I already carried it to the cross. Let me carry it now again, for you. This is not just a kind invitation. It's a divine directive. Because your next step requires hands that are empty enough to receive what I'm about to place in them. You can't take hold of new instructions while still clinging to old expectations. Let me be the one to lead. Let me take the wheel. Let me rewrite the script you've been trying to perfect. I will not shame you for trying. I honor your fight. But I also call you higher. And higher, child, means lighter. Because where I'm taking you, you won't have time to carry what never belonged to you in the first place. Lay down, not layer. Now, completely. The strength I'm giving you next doesn't come from striving. It comes from surrender. And I'm waiting, not to punish, but to lift you out of what's been pulling you under. This is your moment to hand it over. And I promise, I will never drop what you place in my hands. Child, listen to me. Really listen. I'm not waiting for a version of you that has it all figured out. I'm not standing at the end of some flawless performance, applauding only when you've reached perfection. I never asked for that. I never wanted that. What I want, what I've always wanted, is your heart. Not your resume. Not your spiritual achievements. Not your carefully curated faith. Just you. Right now. In the state you're in. In the mess and the questions and the aching. With the doubt still unresolved and the wounds still healing. I want the raw version. The real one. The one that cries in the car and smiles in the mirror. The one that believes on Sunday but wrestles by Wednesday. That's the heart I'm after. That's the offering that moves me. Not polished. Just present. You thought you had to bring me your best, as if I only draw near when your life is tidy. But child, I came for the broken. I died for the shattered. I rose for the ones who couldn't pull it together. So why would I now require the thing I never demanded to begin with? Do you think I didn't see the nights you couldn't pray, so you just breathed? Do you think I missed the moments when you felt numb but still showed up? That is worship. That is pursuit. You've given me more than you know. And now, I just want you to come as you are. I'm not afraid of your mess. I'm already in it. I'm not put off by your questions. I've already written the answers. I'm not waiting for a better version of you to finally love. I've loved every version, fully, relentlessly, eternally. And I still do. What I'm asking for now is simple, but sacred. Your presence. Not your perfection. Your presence. I want you to come to me without the pretense, without the performance, without the pressure. Let the walls fall. Let the mask drop. Let your soul exhale. Because I already know you. Intimately. Tenderly. Completely. I know what scares you. I know what inspires you. I know where you're bleeding and pretending you're not. And I love every detail. When I formed you, I didn't just give you life. I gave you my attention. You've never gone unnoticed. And now, I'm asking for your notice in return. Look at me. Bring me your gaze. Bring me your tears. Bring me your time. I want your heart, child. Not later. Not after the healing. Not after the promotion. Now. So don't hold back. Don't wait until you feel ready. If you're breathing, you're ready. If your heart is beating, it's ready. I'm not measuring you. I'm welcoming you. And all of heaven is leaning in for the sound of your yes. This is not about arrival. It's about access. And access begins when your heart opens. So open it now. Let me in. Not into the cleaned up version of your life, but into the real one. the daily one, the one with cracks and corners. I will sit with you there. I will love you there. And from that place, we will build something eternal. I am not demanding a display. I'm inviting a dwelling. And it starts, not with perfection, but with presence. Yours. Now, I know what you've been whispering in your heart. I've heard the quiet pleadings no one else has. God, just give me a sign, show me you're in this. I hear the questions behind your faith, the longing behind your strength. You're not looking for spectacle. You're looking for certainty. And here I am, not cloaked in thunder or lightning this time, but speaking in clarity through this sacred sentence. This is the sign. This moment. This message. These words. They are not random. They are not crafted by coincidence. They are me, your God, interrupting your timeline to say, I see you. I'm here. And I'm calling you to stop waiting and start responding. You've wondered if it's really me. You've wrestled with a voice in your spirit, wondering if it's just your own thoughts or something more. But child, I am confirming now what you felt all along, that nudge was divine. That stirring in your spirit wasn't imagination. It was invitation. I've been whispering, come closer, through sleepless nights, through inexplicable tears, through the strange heaviness that won't lift until you surrender. You keep asking for a louder sign. But child, it's not volume that's lacking, it's recognition. Because I've already been standing in front of you. In the quiet moments when everything else fades, I am there. Not a God far off, but the God who interrupts your thoughts with my voice. You don't need another burning boat, beloved. You are the bush now, the one I am setting aflame with purpose. The fire you're feeling isn't fear, it's calling. The urgency isn't pressure, it's prophetic pull. I've orchestrated this encounter to remind you that heaven doesn't always come with trumpets. It often comes with trembling. The trembling in your soul. That's the echo of eternity reminding you this isn't just another moment. It's the moment. This is the appointed time when you stop asking for more proof and start walking in the truth I've already spoken. Because faith doesn't wait for more signs. Faith responds to the voice of the one who gives them. So now, child, what will you do with this sign? Will you archive it as just another encouraging message? Or will you recognize that this is your turning point? This is the page turn in your story, the divine knock on your heart's door. And I am not knocking for casual conversation. I'm knocking to bring transformation. I am not sending you another sign. I am the sign, standing before you, speaking through this message, waiting not for your performance, but for your permission. You've asked for direction. I've answered with my presence. Now, come. Step forward. The time for waiting has passed. This is the moment to move. I know you've been trying to make sense of it all, piecing together how the promises I gave you could possibly unfold. You've held my words in one hand and your current reality in the other. And you've asked, but how, God? How could this even happen now? And I hear that question, not with irritation, but with intimate compassion. Because I understand your mind. I shape it. I wired you to want understanding. But there is a difference, child, between wisdom and control. And the moment you try to calculate what I've called, you step out of trust and into anxiety. That's why your peace has felt like sand slipping through your fingers. You've been trying to engineer a miracle, forgetting that miracles don't obey math, they obey me. You see, I never asked you to understand the mechanics. I asked you to believe my word that created the universe, my word that cannot return void, my word that still holds galaxies in place. And I spoke that same word over your life. So why do you doubt now? Why does delay make you think I changed my mind? I did. I've not wavered once. I am not confused. I am not constrained. I am not concerned with how impossible it looks. I am the God of impossible things. I don't operate within your understanding. I transcend it. And what I said will not be reversed. I don't lie. I don't bluff. I don't exaggerate. When I speak, it becomes law. And I spoke over you. That should be enough. But still, I see you running calculations in your mind. If this person opens that door, if this amount comes in, if this opportunity aligns just right, and I say to you now, stop. Stop exhausting your soul trying to script what I've already settled. Stop playing chess with your own heart, afraid you'll miss the move. You won't. Not if you keep your eyes on me. You don't need to know the next 10 steps. You need to know the next yes. Because faith doesn't see the whole staircase. It just moves when I say step. And I'm saying that to you now. Step. Even if the bridge hasn't appeared yet. It will rise to meet your foot. I've done it before. I'll do it again. Because I don't fail. So release the pressure. Breathe again. I'm not expecting you to solve the divine equation. I'm asking you to surrender to the divine voice. The same voice that split seas and stilled storms is now speaking softly to your heart, saying, just trust me. That's all. That's the holy invitation in this season. Trust. Not just when it makes sense, especially when it doesn't. Because when you trust, you create room for me to do the miraculous. When you trust, heaven's momentum rushes in like a river. When you trust, you stop striving and start soaring. So stop calculating. Stop second-guessing. And start believing. I don't need your strategy. I need your surrender. And when you give me that, you'll see that what I said was never about hype. It was about heaven's certainty. I will not fail. I cannot fail. And child, neither will you, if you just keep trusting me. You thought it died, didn't you? That fire, that passion, that fierce inner knowing that you were born for something more. You used to wake up with it burning in your bones. You used to pray with it pulsing in your chest. But then came the weariness, the delays, the disappointments. You tried to stay strong. You tried to keep the flame alive. But over time, it began to dim, smothered beneath layers of what if, buried under the ash of maybe not now, until all that was left was a quiet memory of what once burned so brightly. But child, I never let it die. I protected it, even when it flickered low, even when you walked away from it, even when you gave up on it. I've been guarding that ember, waiting for the moment to breathe on it again. And that moment is now. Really, even now, as these words reach you, feel the flicker. That isn't nostalgia. That isn't emotion. That's awakening. That's me, your God, blowing gently, then forcefully, on the embers of your soul. You were never meant to live without fire. The world taught you to dim it. Religion told you to tame it. Pain tried to extinguish it. But I created it. I placed it in you before you ever had words for it. It is your divine signature, heaven's fingerprint etched into your spirit. And no matter what has tried to cover it, it still lives. And now I am commanding it to burn again. Not a spark. Not a flicker. Flames. Wild, holy flames that consume fear, devour hesitation, and blaze a path into the future I have spoken over your life. You see, I'm not calling the passive version of you. I'm calling the fiery one. The one who used to dream big. The one who used to intercede with boldness. The one who felt my nearness like breath. That part of you is not gone. It's just been sleeping. But I'm waking it now. No more lukewarm. No more half-hearted movements. No more living off the echoes of old encounters. I want fire again. I want your heart to burn like it did before life tried to freeze it. I want your prayers to shake the heavens. I want your vision to catch flames. And I promise, as you let me breathe again, that fire will not just return. It will spread. It will ignite others. It will consume every excuse. It will transform the atmosphere around you. Because this time, the fire isn't built on feeling. It's built on faith. So rise and fire carrier. Let your soul awaken. Let your spirit erupt. This isn't the end. This is the rekindling. I'm not mourning what you lost. I'm reigniting what I planted. And this flame, it won't die again. Because this time, you're not tending it alone. I'm blowing. I'm burning. I'm building in you something eternal. Watch the fire grow. Watch your passion return. Watch your spirit roar. The embers never died, and now they burn again. Let me tell you something you've misunderstood for far too long. This isn't punishment. What you've been through, the losses, the detours, the delays, they were never designed to hurt you. They were orchestrated to heal you. I know that doesn't make sense when you look at the pain. I know the scars feel like reminders of what went wrong. But child, they are actually markers of where I met you. What you call survival, I call sacred shaping. I never abandoned you. Not once. Even when it felt like everything was stripped away, I was weaving glory into your grief. I wasn't disciplining you like a judge. I was preparing you like a father. And preparation often comes wrapped in unfamiliar packaging. It looks like loss, but it brings lasting weight. It feels like silence, but it births supernatural strength. You've asked, why did it have to be this hard, this long, this hidden? Because what I am building in you is not shallow. It is not temporary. It cannot be rushed. I was not interested in giving you a quick blessing that wouldn't last. I was forming something foundational, something eternal. You were not being overlooked, you were being overhauled. The pressure you felt, that wasn't rejection. It was a press of refinement. Gold must be refined. Oil must be crushed. Wine must be pressed. And you, beloved, are my precious vessel. I couldn't afford to let you rise prematurely, untested, unanchored. Because where I'm taking you, depth matters more than display. I've been fortifying your roots in the quiet while everyone else focused on the surface. And now, you are ready for the weight of what's next. You may not see it yet, but there's been a transformation happening behind the scenes. The person you are becoming was forged in the fire you thought would break you. But instead, it built you. At heartbreak, it produced compassion. At betrayal, it sharpened your discernment. And delay, it cultivated endurance. Everything the enemy meant for harm, I've turned into a training ground for glory. And now you carry something heavier than pain. You carry presence. You've been marked by experience, but you're about to be moved by purpose. Because I am no longer preparing you in private just to keep you hidden. I'm bringing you forth, full of grace, full of oil, full of authority born from suffering. This is not your breakdown. This is your breakthrough. So hear me clearly, child. I was never punishing you. I was preparing you. And you've passed the test. You've endured the crushing, And now I am calling forth a pouring. You will pour wisdom. You will pour anointing. You will pour revelation birthed in the silence of the storm. And others will drink from what nearly drowned you. Because this is the season of divine reversal. What was meant to weaken you has woken you up. What was meant to bury you has birthed you. So walk now, not as someone limping from loss, but as one launched from divine preparation. The process wasn't punishment. It was proof that I love you too much to send you unprepared. And now you're ready. You thought it was over. You stood at the edge of what looked like finality. Doors closing, relationships unraveling, opportunities slipping through your hands like grains of sand. And your heart whispered, this must be the end. You mourned what you lost, and in that grief, you questioned me. You thought perhaps I had turned away, grown silent, or decided to reroute my love elsewhere. But child, you didn't see what I was doing behind the veil. What felt like an end was me, clearing the stage, pulling down the props, closing one act so that the next, your divine unveiling, could begin. Because I am not a God who writes tragedies. I am the author of redemption. And I never end a story in ashes unless I plan to raise something glorious from the fire. Listen to me. That painful goodbye, that closed opportunity, that unexpected shift, it was the conclusion, it was construction. I had to remove what was misaligned. I had to extract what was draining you. Not to hurt you, but to make space. There were things you were clinging to that could not follow you into your next chapter. So I stripped them. Not because I was being cruel, but because I was being clear. You are being prepared for something new, something holy, something too weighty to share space with the old. And I know it stung. I know it felt like abandonment. But beloved, it was alignment. I've been working behind the scenes of your story, rearranging everything for the grand unveiling that's about to happen. The curtain isn't closing, it's rising. And when it does, glory will flood the stage. Do you hear me? I never waste pain. I never allow a detour unless it leads to deeper destiny. Even in the silence, I was scripting something better. Your tears didn't fall unnoticed. They watered the very ground your breakthrough is rising from. Every no you received was actually me saying, not here. Something better is coming. And now the better is approaching. The lights are shifting. The scene is changing. Heaven is holding its breath, and the angels are leaning in, not to mourn your loss, but to celebrate your emergence. You're not walking into a repeat. You're walking into a reveal. You're stepping into the scene where the promises I whispered long ago begin to manifest publicly. What was hidden will be highlighted. What was buried will be birthed. And child, you are ready. So stand tall. Breathe deep. You're not backstage anymore. You're on the edge of divine exposure. Not to shame, but to shine. You don't need to strive to make it happen. I've already positioned every prop, cued every light, and prepared the audience of destiny. All that's left is for you to step forward when I call your name. And I'm calling now. What you thought was the end was simply intermission. And now the second act is beginning. The curtain is rising. The spotlight is shifting. And you, my chosen one, are about to walk into the most anointed scene of your story yet. You have loved well, served faithfully, stood strong when others collapsed. You've interceded with tears that no one saw. You've lifted the broken, encouraged the weary, and poured out your oil even when your own jar was nearly empty. And I have seen it all. I have counted every moment of unseen obedience, every sacrifice made in secret. I know how heavy the burden has felt. You've smiled through strain, endured through exhaustion, and kept standing even when your own knees were buckling under pressure. But hear me, child. You were never meant to carry all this alone. You've carried them, and now let me carry you. You're used to being the strong one, the prayer warrior, the encourager, the one others lean on. But I see the moments you collapse behind closed doors. I see the silent help me God cries. And I want you to know, I'm here to answer them now. This is not your season to prove your strength. This is your season to receive mine. You don't need to hold it all together. Let me hold you. Let me carry your weight, your worries, your weariness. I'm not asking you to abandon responsibility. I'm asking you to abandon the illusion that you have to do it all in your own power. You don't. You never did. You were never supposed to be the savior. That's my role, and I fulfill it perfectly. Let me walk with you in a new way now. Not as the one who empowers you to carry others, but as the one who carries you to rest. I am not impressed by how much you endure. I'm moved by how much you trust. And trust looks like letting go. Trust looks like breathing again. Trust looks like allowing yourself to receive what you usually give. You've encouraged others, and now let me encourage you. You've prayed for their healing. Now let me restore you. You lifted others out of the pit. Now let me place you in the cleft of the rock. I want to pour back into you what you've poured out. Not because you're finished, but because I want you full again. This isn't the end of your giving. It's the restoration of your capacity. So come. Collapse into me if you need to. You don't have to be strong right now. You don't have to keep smiling. You don't have to push past the exhaustion. Just be still. Just be present. Just let your soul be held. I'm not asking for performance. I'm offering protection. You've carried so many, and now let me carry you. I will lift you higher than the burden ever took you. I will refresh you deeper than the weariness ever drained you. And I will renew the fire that once burned so brightly, not by demand, but by divine love. This is your time to be carried by the arms that never grow weary. I got you now, and I will never let you fall. I saw you. I saw you when no one else did. I watched when you chose obedience in private. When no crowd was watching, when no affirmation came, when the heavens felt silent and your heart felt hollow. I saw when you worshipped me not because of what I was doing, but because of who I am. That kind of faith, raw, rugged, refined in fire, moves me. You've obeyed not for applause, but because you love me. That love, child, is the kind that changes atmospheres. You've walked faithfully through a wilderness that seemed endless. You've endured delay without bitterness, chosen purity over popularity, and stayed surrendered when others sold out. And now, I'm speaking something sacred over you. The silence is breaking. What you didn't know was that every act of quiet obedience was echoing in the courts of heaven. While it felt like nothing was moving, angels were being dispatched. While it felt like your voice was unheard, your obedience was shaking principalities. While it seemed like the heavens were silent, I was setting the stage. You've been tested, refined, proven, and now your obedience is about to speak, not just to the world, but to the spiritual realm. Your faith has built a platform for my power. Your surrender has summoned a sound, a holy sound that breaks chains, splits atmospheres, and opens doors no man can shut. The silence wasn't punishment. It was preparation. And now, I'm breaking it with a roar. You didn't need the spotlight to be faithful. You needed me. And you proved that. You proved that I am enough. And now, I will honor you in ways only heaven can orchestrate. What you did in the dark, I will now reward in the light. This is your Luke 12:3 moment. What you whispered in secret will be shouted from the rooftops. But it won't be your name that's shouted. It will be my name through your story. Your testimony is about to carry thunder. Your faithfulness is about to be a megaphone of my glory. You are a walking altar, a living message, a burning torch, and I am about to raise you up, not as a celebrity, but as a sign that I still reward faithfulness, that I still honor purity, that I still raise up those who bowed low in secret. So prepare your heart, child. This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to stand tall in the Spirit. You will feel the shift. You will hear the break in the silence. And when it comes, remember this: it wasn't your charisma that brought it. It was your consistency. It was your yes when it hurt. Your surrender when it didn't make sense. That obedience is about to speak louder than you ever dreamed. And what it says will not just change your life, it will shift others into alignment. The silence is over. The sound of your breakthrough has begun. I saw you obey in the shadows, and now, as I break the silence, I invite you to help me amplify this sound across the earth. There are souls, fragile, trembling, waiting for a word that your obedience will carry this message to. Your gift becomes a trumpet in the Spirit. Your generosity unlocks a global roar of breakthrough. Remember what I said: give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. That's not a promise for another day. That's your portion now. I'm calling you into partnership. Click Super Thanks, Membership, or the link in the description, and sow into this prophetic river. Do it boldly. Do it now. This is not just support. This is how you multiply the miracle. My child, look at me. You're not too late. I know the timeline, and your mind tells a different story. I know the voices, internal and external, have screamed that your window has closed, that you missed your chance, that your delay disqualified your destiny. But those voices don't speak for me. I do. And I say to you now, with holy clarity, you haven't missed it. You've just been moving on my timeline, not yours. You've been waiting, yes, but so have I. Waiting for your readiness. Waiting for alignment. Waiting until what I've prepared for you matched who you're becoming. Because what I've planned is not just a blessing, it's a burdened glory. And you can't carry that kind of weight lightly. But now you're ready. Listen carefully. Delay is not denial. The culture rushes, but I refine. The world demands results, but I develop roots. What I prepared for you hasn't expired. Heaven doesn't cancel callings because of human clocks. I am outside of time. I redeem time. I restore what was lost. And what was meant for you is still meant for you. It hasn't been reassigned. It hasn't been given away. It hasn't been broken beyond repair. I've kept it hidden, not withheld but protected, because I knew you'd come back to this place, this moment, this message, and I knew your heart would still burn for what I whispered to you long ago. That whisper, it's still alive. That calling, it still breathes. And now I'm telling you, it's not over. It's just beginning. Don't let regret steal your momentum. Don't let comparison choke your courage. You haven't wasted too much time. You haven't made too many mistakes. You haven't wandered too far. My grace outruns your detours. My mercy rebuilds what you think you ruined. This is your reset, your realignment. I don't recycle leftovers, I restore destinies. And I am restoring yours. Not devoted ones who have been devoted well we meant to be. Even better. Even stronger. Even deeper than before. You are not starting over from scratch. You're starting over from strength. From insight. From scars that now carry wisdom. From a spirit that has been fortified in fire. And what's ahead is still yours. So rise up. Come close. Step forward. Not timidly, but with trust. Don't flinch. Don't apologize for the time you think you lost. What's coming doesn't depend on how quickly you can perform. It depends on how deeply you'll surrender. And as you do, you'll find this truth unshakable. You are not late. You are right on time for a right now move of God. I am the author. I write in ink that cannot be erased by delay. I write in grace that doesn't run dry. And the next chapter, it's not missing pages. It's been waiting for your return. And now you're here. And I'm ready. Let's begin again. Together. Yes, I've seen it. How you've been living suspended. Not fully exhaling. Not fully at rest. Walking through life as though you're waiting for something to finally click. For a door to open wide. For a weight to lift. You've held your breath spiritually, emotionally, even physically at times, because you didn't want to miss the moment when things finally changed. But hear me now, you can breathe again. Not just because relief is coming, but because the shift has already started. It's not on the horizon, it's here. It's unfolding in the background, moving in the unseen. Already pressing through the soil of your circumstance like a green shoot cracking open a hardened earth. You're not waiting for the shift anymore. You're in it. There's a tension when you're on the cusp of transformation. I know that. There's a spiritual weight that presses before breakthrough bursts. The atmosphere thickens. The noise grows louder. Fear tries to scream its last accusations. But that tension, that tightness, it's the pull of divine release. You've stepped into the moment when labor becomes delivery. The pressure you feel is not from delay, it's from momentum. I am birthing something, and you are not outside of it. You're the one carrying it. That's why you felt the stretching. That's why your prayers have changed. That's why your discernment has sharpened. You are in the place where everything starts to align, not by accident, but by acceleration. This is divine convergence. Things that once resisted are now responding, and you must breathe to receive it fully. You waited long. You worked hard. You've wondered if you missed it. But what if I told you, you're not missing anything? You're in the miracle now. The deliverance is not future tense, it's present. It's unfolding one obedient step at a time. It will come all at once. It will come as you walk it out. You'll see the shift in your spirit first, the internal peace, the lifting of confusion, the boldness returning where weariness used to reign. And then you'll see it around you. Doors you stopped knocking on will open. Conversations you gave up on will reignite. Provision you didn't chase will locate you. Not because you performed well, but because you endured faithfully. And now, that endurance is becoming evidence. A wind is shifting. The terrain is changing. And your lungs are free to breathe again. So do it now. Take a deep, holy breath. Inhale my presence. Exhale the fear. Breathe in hope again. Breathe in clarity. Breathe in confirmation. The wait is over. The breakthrough isn't on the way. It's already begun. The heavens are moving. The ground is responding. The shift is active. And you, beloved, are standing in the current of what you once only dreamed about. No more breathless waiting. This is the moment to live like it's happening, because it is. The breakthrough is here. I've watched you try to stay small, to fit where you no longer belong. You've tried to shrink your voice, your dreams, your boldness, just to make others comfortable. You've stayed in places that could no longer stretch with you. You silenced your roar so the room wouldn't feel rattled. But child, no more. You were never meant to stay hidden in a place that has already finished its assignment in your life. The discomfort you felt isn't rebellion. It's revelation. You are outgrowing the room. Your spirit has expanded. Your purpose has grown. And I am calling you out of containment into consequence. Because the next door is opening, and you must be ready to walk through it without apology. There's a part of you that feels guilt for growing. I see it. You don't want to leave others behind. You don't want to outpace your circle. But I need you to understand. Obedience is not abandonment. Leaving a place I've released you from isn't betrayal. It's bravery. You've tried to pour into old wineskins with fresh oil, but it leaks. And you've wondered why your fire dimmed, why your clarity blurred, why you felt boxed in. It's because the room that once served you has now become a cage. And I didn't call you to be caged. I called you to carry fire. And fire doesn't fit inside confined spaces. It consumes them. At holy discontent. At divine agitation. That's me saying, it's time to exit. There are places, people, and positions that can't come with you now. Not because they're bad, but because they are complete. Their purpose in your journey hath been fulfilled. And if you stay, you'll begin to shrink what I'm expanding. You were made to take up space in the spirit. You were made to speak loud, dream wild, love wide, and move in miraculous magnitude. Stop apologizing for growing. Stop disguising your calling to blend in. You were never meant to blend, you were meant to blaze a trail. I'm not just opening a door for you, I'm pushing you through it. Because if I leave it to you, you'll second guess. You'll try to explain. You'll hesitate. But I love you too much to let you stay stuck in a room that no longer reflects who I've made you to be. So get ready. Step boldly. Don't wait for permission to leave what I've already called you out of. Your next assignment isn't waiting for consensus, it's waiting for your yes. And I will confirm it as you move. A clarity will come in motion. The oil will flow as you obey. The new room isn't just bigger, it's anointed. It's aligned with your current mantle. It's shaped for your fullness. And you will not have to shrink to fit this one. You will stand in it with authority. You will own it with grace. You will fill it with my glory. Because I'm not just calling you out, I'm calling you into more. And more, child, is what you were made for. I've seen you replaying it in your mind. Those moments you wish you could rewrite. The conversation that ended in silence. The opportunity that passed you by. The doors that slammed shut without warning. You lie awake sometimes wondering, if I had just made a different decision, if I had just acted sooner, if I had just prayed harder. But child, those thoughts are not from me. I am not the accuser. I am not the voice that shames or scolds. I am the Redeemer. And I say to you now, stop rehearsing what went wrong. Because while you keep looking backward, I've already begun a work so fresh, so divinely orchestrated, that your past won't even have vocabulary to describe what I'm about to do. You've walked through seasons that felt like loss, like missed timing, like divine silence. But what you didn't realize was that even in the middle of what looked like failure, I was planting something eternal. What you call wasted years, I call woven layers of preparation. What you call wrong turns, I call reroutes to a greater glory. You've been analyzing the past like it holds the key to your next step. But I'm not building your future with recycled pain. I'm creating something entirely new. This isn't a redo. It's a revelation. And the blueprint doesn't resemble anything you've experienced before. It's beyond the realm of what was. It's from the realm of what never yet has been. So stop letting shame rent space in your mind. You are not defined by what didn't work. You are not bound to what fell apart. I'm not asking you to carry forward old strategies or stale dreams. I'm doing a new thing. The kind of thing that causes rivers to form in deserts and roads to break through wastelands. I'm not restoring you to what was. I'm resurrecting you into what's never been seen before. And if you keep staring backward, you'll miss what's rising in front of you. There is no precedent for what I'm about to release through your life. That's why it feels unfamiliar. That's why it's stretching you. That's why you felt an ache and excitement at the same time. Because you've never walked this road, but I have prepared it. I'm not asking you to understand it fully. I'm asking you to embrace it boldly. Let go of the script you thought you'd be living by now. Tear up the blueprint drawn in fear and performance. What I'm crafting can't be compared to former things. It's higher. It's holier. It's heaven sent. And it requires you to release your grip on the ghost of what could have been. Because what's coming will make the past irrelevant. You won't even need to explain the detours. The fruit will speak louder than the backstory. And when people ask how it happened, you'll simply say, God did something brand new. So lift your eyes. Open your hands. The old season is over. The page is turned. Now watch what I write next. I never demanded you be flawless. I never asked you to get everything right before coming close. That pressure you've been feeling, to perform, to perfect, to earn my nearness, is not from me. That's not how love works. That's not how I work. I didn't bleed on the cross for polished versions of you. I gave everything for the real you, even the parts you still struggle to look at. And now here I am, knocking again. Not as a judge demanding justice, but as a father asking for access. I'm not asking you to fix it first. I'm asking you to open the door. Because there are places in you I've longed to heal, but I need your permission to enter. I don't invade. I invite. And I wait for your yes. You've surrendered so many areas already. You've given me your words, your worship, your walk. But there are quarters still closed off. Pain you've hidden. Shame you've buried. Fears you've dressed up as logic. I see them all. And I'm not intimidated by a single one. In fact, those very places, those quiet, trembling, tear-stained places, are the precise locations I want to move in. Because transformation doesn't begin in the spotlight. It begins in the shadows. It starts when you stop performing and start presenting. Not the cleaned-up version. The raw one. The broken one. The scared one. That's the version I died for. And that's the one I want to dwell with. Let me in, child. Let me into the doubt. Let me into the anxiety that wakes you at 3 a.m. Let me into the trauma that still makes your hands tremble. Let me into the places religion told you to hide, but my spirit longs to redeem. I am not deterred by your mess. I'm drawn to it. Because when you give me access, I give you wholeness. I won't scold you. I'll restore you. I won't shame you. I'll shield you. I won't demand perfection. I'll release peace. This is not about behavior modification. This is about heart transformation. And it starts with permission. A whisper. A breath. A simple God, come in. That's all I need. and I will flood every room of your soul with healing oil. So drop the act. Tear down the walls. I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me be God in the places you've kept hidden. Because I already know. I already see. And I already love you. Now let me heal you. Let me fill you. Let me free you. What you've been trying to fix alone, I've already paid to restore. But I won't force my way in. I'll wait for your yes. And the moment you give it, I will move, not with condemnation, but with compassion. Not with a spotlight, but with surgical precision. Because this is personal. This is sacred. This is the moment your secret places become sanctuaries. And I am ready to move. The moment you let me. I've seen you replaying it in your mind. Those moments you wish you could rewrite. The conversation that ended in silence. The opportunity that passed you by. The doors that slammed shut without warning. You lie awake sometimes wondering, if I had just made a different decision, if I had just acted sooner, if I had just prayed harder. But child, those thoughts are not from me. I am not the accuser. I am not the voice that shames or strolls. I am the Redeemer. And I say to you now, stop rehearsing what went wrong. Because while you keep looking backward, I've already begun a work so fresh, so divinely orchestrated, that your past will even have vocabulary to describe what I'm about to do. You've walked through seasons that felt like loss, like missed timing, like divine silence. But what you didn't realize was that even in the middle of what looked like failure, I was planting something eternal. What you call wasted years, I call woven layers of preparation. What you call wrong turns, I call reroutes to a greater glory. You've been analyzing the past like it holds the key to your next step. But I'm not building your future with recycled pain. I'm creating something entirely new. This isn't a redo. It's a revelation. And the blueprint doesn't resemble anything you've experienced before. It's beyond the realm of what was. It's from the realm of what never yet has been. So stop letting shame rent space in your mind. You are not defined by what didn't work. You are not bound to what fell apart. I'm not asking you to carry forward old strategies or stale dreams. I'm doing a new thing. The kind of thing that causes rivers to form in deserts and roads to break through wastelands. I'm not restoring you to what was. I'm resurrecting you into what's never been seen before. And if you keep staring backward, you'll miss what's rising in front of you. There is no precedent for what I'm about to release through your life. That's why it feels unfamiliar. That's why it's stretching you. That's why you felt an ache and excitement at the same time. Because you've never walked this road, but I have prepared it. I'm not asking you to understand it fully. I'm asking you to embrace it boldly. Let go of the script you thought you'd be living by now. Tear up the blueprint drawn in fear and performance. What I'm crafting can't be compared to former things. It's higher. It's holier. It's heaven sent. And it requires you to release your grip on the ghost of what could have been. Because what's coming will make the past irrelevant. You won't even need to explain the detours. The fruit will speak louder than the backstory. And when people ask how it happened, you'll simply say, God did something brand new. So lift your eyes. Open your hands. The old season is over. The page is turned. Now watch what I write next. I never demanded you be flawless. I never asked you to get everything right before coming close. That pressure you've been feeling, to perform, to perfect, to earn my nearness, is not from me. That's not how love works. That's not how I work. I didn't bleed on the cross for polished versions of you. I gave everything for the real you, even the parts you still struggle to look at. And now here I am, knocking again. Not as a judge demanding justice, but as a father asking for access. I'm not asking you to fix it first. I'm asking you to open the door. Because there are places in you I've longed to heal, but I need your permission to enter. I don't invade. I invite. And I wait for your yes. You've surrendered so many areas already. You've given me your words, your worship, your walk. But there are corners still closed off. Pain you've hidden. Shame you've buried. Fears you've dressed up as logic. I see them all. And I'm not intimidated by a single one. In fact, those very places, those quiet, trembling, tear-stained places, are the precise locations I want to move in. Because transformation doesn't begin in the spotlight. It begins in the shadows. It starts when you stop performing and start presenting. Not the cleaned-up version. The raw one. The broken one. The scared one. That's the version I died for. And that's the one I want to dwell with. Let me in, child. Let me into the doubt. Let me into the anxiety that wakes you at 3 a.m. Let me into the trauma that still makes your hands tremble. Let me into the places religion told you to hide, but my spirit longs to redeem. I am not deterred by your mess. I am drawn to it. Because when you give me access, I give you wholeness. I won't scold you. I'll restore you. I won't shame you. I'll shield you. I won't demand perfection. I'll release peace. This is not about behavior modification. This is about heart transformation. And it starts with permission. A whisper. A breath. A simple God, come in. That's all I need. And I will flood every room of your soul with healing oil. So grot the act. Tear down the walls. I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to let me be God in the places you've kept hidden. Because I already know. I already see. And I already love you. Now let me heal you. Let me fill you. Let me free you. What you've been trying to fix alone, I've already paid to restore. But I won't force my way in. I'll wait for your yes. And the moment you give it, I will move, not with condemnation, but with compassion. Not with a spotlight, but with surgical precision. Because this is personal. This is sacred. This is the moment your secret places become sanctuaries. And I'm ready to move. The moment you let me. You've been staring into the unknown, haven't you? You've been asking, Lord, where are we going? You can't see the full picture. You can't map out all the details. And the uncertainty has tried to bind you in fear. It's whispered that you're unqualified. It's made you question every step forward. But hear me now, child. I've already gone ahead of you. Before you ever arrived at this crossroads, I walked the path. I cleared the debris. I routed danger. I planted signs of grace in places you haven't even seen yet. You're not stepping into chaos. You're stepping into a carefully constructed outcome, divinely architected by me. Yes, it looks unfamiliar. Yes, it feels uncomfortable. But don't confuse unfamiliarity with unfaithfulness. I haven't left you. I'm leading you. Like I led Abraham out of the familiar into a land I would show him, I'm leading you step by step. I didn't give Abraham a map. I gave him a promise. And I'm doing the same with you. I didn't show you every detail because I wanted to develop your dependence. I didn't give you every answer because I want your heart to trust my presence more than a plan. And beloved, I'm not winging this. Heaven isn't improvising. This has been prepared from the beginning of time. I authored this moment before you ever took your first breath. And what I author, I finish. I know the path ahead may not match your expectations. The terrain may shift. The timeline may stretch. But the outcome is not in question. The promise is secure. And your role is not to figure it all out. Your role is to follow. To move when I say move. To stay when I say stay. To trust that if the cloud moves, I move with it. If the fire shifts, I keep my eyes fixed. I've gone ahead of you to arrange divine appointments, to release provision at just the right turn, to protect you from what you didn't even know was there. The detours were deliverances in disguise. The delays were divine shields. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is off track. Everything is under my dominion. So exhale the fear. Silence the voice of anxiety that demands a perfect blueprint. Take my hand again. I didn't call you to walk alone. I called you to walk with me. And I'm not just near. I'm ahead. I am the God who goes before. I am the shepherd who walks into the valley first. I am the commander who surveys the battlefield before you even arrive. And I am saying now, with certainty, you can trust me. The outcome is not up for debate. Victory is not a maybe. It's your inheritance. So move forward with peace. The path may feel unknown to you, but it is already fulfilled in me. There's been a shift in your identity that you haven't fully recognized yet. You've changed. You've grown. You've died to things that once controlled you. You've been transformed in the fire of obedience. But the enemy keeps trying to convince you that you're still the old version of yourself. He whispers lies like, you haven't changed at all. You're still broken. You're still bound. You're still weak. But I come to you now with holy fire in my voice to say, he's lying. You are not who you used to be. That old identity hath been crucified with Christ. And now, the life you live by faith in me. It's time to stop giving authority to the former you. That version doesn't rule anymore. I do. Yes, you still feel the tension. You still hear the old thoughts. You still face temptation. But that's not who you are. That's just who you were. And the residue of that old self is not a reflection of your failure. It's a sign of your progress. Because before, you didn't even resist it. But now you feel the fight. And that's because your new nature is alive. You are being transformed from glory to glory. Not perfection in a moment, but progress in my presence. And I need you to align your mind with this truth. You are new. The old chains have been broken. The old story hath been rewritten. The old name hath been exchanged for beloved, redeemed, anointed, sent. Stop rehearsing the failures that I've already forgiven. Stop bowing to shame that I've already stripped off of you. Stop walking like a prisoner when I've already opened the gate. You're not bound anymore. You're not stuck anymore. You're not that broken, burned out, discarded version of yourself that the world labeled and dismissed. You are my child. You are my vessel. You are my warrior. And it's time you start walking like it. Speak with authority. Pray like you know you've been seated in heavenly places. Prophecy with the boldness of one who's been raised from the dead. Because you have. And what lives in you now is resurrection power. So break the agreement with the old you. Rip up the contract with your past. The enemy has no legal ground to accuse you when the blood has already spoken on your behalf. You are not trying to become new, you are new. And the more you agree with the truth, the more your life will reflect it. So walk forward now. Walk in freedom. Walk in identity. Walk in boldness. The old you can't come where you're going. The new you. the one I form in the secret place. That one is ready, and that one will shake the very gates of hell. This is not routine. This is not ordinary. You didn't stumble into this moment by coincidence. I drew you here. I orchestrated this divine encounter. The heavens have been leaning over the edge of eternity, watching you reach this threshold. And now I'm declaring with absolute authority, this is the appointed time. The time when what I planted in secret begins to bear fruit in public. The time when your long nights of prayer converge with my unstoppable will. You've been faithful. You waited. You've battled silently while others misunderstood your process. But today, the wind shifts. The weight lifts. The clouds part. This is not just another sunrise, it's a sacred unveiling. You are standing on holy ground, and I'm commanding you now, step forward. There is something weighty about this moment, something eternal pressing into your present. I am not just moving on your behalf, I'm moving through you. This is not the hour to hesitate. This is the hour to move in unflinching obedience. You've walked around this mountain long enough. You've carried prophetic words like seeds, wondering when they'd burst into reality. And I'm telling you, the soil is finally ready. The ground has been broken. The atmosphere is charged. The door is not coming. It is open. But doors don't push themselves. You must step forward. This is your exodus. This is your crossing over. And though the Jordan looks wide, my word will split it. Though the unknown feels intimidating, I've already gone before you. The road is ready. The oil is flowing. The time is now. I'm not just shifting your season. I'm shifting your identity in this season. You are no longer a wanderer. You are a carrier of glory. You're not surviving anymore. You're sending tremors into the spiritual realm. Hell is nervous because it knows what I've deposited in you is about to break forth. And heaven is rejoicing because they see you stepping into the exact moment you were born for. Don't treat this like a nice word. Don't treat this like spiritual inspiration. This is a divine instruction, a holy call. Step forward into new authority, into unshakable confidence, into the exact space I designed for your voice, your gift, your calling. No more waiting for someone else to validate what I've already anointed. No more asking permission to do what I've already assigned. So lift your eyes. Square your shoulders. Have one foot in front of the other. This is the moment the old ends and the new begins. You are not who you were yesterday. The clock of heaven just struck a new hour, and the angels have been dispatched to walk with you into it. Don't stall. Don't second guess. Step forward. This ground is holy, not because of where it is, but because of who is walking on it now. You carry me, and where I am, the ground must respond. The atmosphere must shift, and destiny must bow to my will. This is your appointed time. Now walk like it. You thought this might be the end, a final message, a concluding moment. But in me there are no endings, only initiations. What you've just experienced wasn't closure. It was commissioning. It was me taking your face in my hands, locking eyes with your spirit, and saying, I'm not letting you go back to normal. Because you're not who you were before this divine encounter. You've been marked. Not with inspiration, but with impartation. Something eternal has been planted, and it will not lay dormant. I'm not just finishing a message, I'm launching a movement within you. A fire, a hunger, a call that will not be quieted until it's fulfilled. And the time is now. This was your final call, but not as a warning, as a summoning. A final invitation to drop everything and go with me. No more half-hearted obedience. No more waiting for the perfect moment. No more second-guessing what you know I've said. It's time for total surrender. For radical alignment. For full yes. I have placed something in you that the world needs. And I will no longer let you shrink, delay, or bury it in excuses. The fire has been kindled. Now let it burn. This is your burning bush moment. Your moment of encounter. And just like Moses, I'm calling you to walk away from the wilderness of what's familiar and walk into the impossible with nothing but my word as your staff. I will go with you. Every step, every breath, every challenge. I will be your voice when yours trembles. I will be your strength when yours falters. I will be your shelter when the winds rise. You're not being sent out alone. You're being sent out with me. This journey will cost you. It will stretch you. But it will fulfill you in ways nothing else ever could. And the world around you, it will change. Because you will be carrying the weight of my glory. The oil I've placed on your life will break chains in others. The words I place in your mouth will unlock prison doors. And the fire in your eyes will signal to darkness that the light has come. To go. Go now. Not with fear, but with fire. Not with delay, but with divine urgency. You are not walking out of a message, you are stepping into mission. The kind that changes bloodlines. The kind that heals generations. The kind that makes hell tremble and heaven shout. This isn't just the end of a script. This is the moment everything in your life aligns with the reason you were born. I'm walking with you. I'm covering you. I'm sending you. And now go. This is the beginning. Everything starts now. This is not routine. This is not ordinary. You didn't stumble into this moment by coincidence. I drew you here. I orchestrated this divine encounter. The heavens have been leaning over the edge of eternity, watching you reach this threshold. And now I'm declaring with absolute authority, this is the appointed time. The time when what I planted in secret begins to bear fruit in public. The time when your long nights of prayer converge with my unstoppable will. You've been faithful. You waited. You've battled silently while others misunderstood your process. But today, the wind shifts. The weight lifts. The clouds part. This is not just another sunrise, it's a sacred unveiling. You are standing on holy ground, and I'm commanding you now, step forward. There is something weighty about this moment. Something eternal pressing into your present. I am not just moving on your behalf. I'm moving through you. This is not the hour to hesitate. This is the hour to move in unflinching obedience. You've walked around this mountain long enough. You've carried prophetic words like seeds, wondering when they'd burst into reality. And I'm telling you, the soil is finally ready. The ground has been broken. The atmosphere is charged. The door is not coming. It is open. But doors don't push themselves. You must step forward. This is your exodus. This is your crossing over. And though the Jordan looks wide, my word will split it. Though the unknown feels intimidating, I've already gone before you. The road is ready. The oil is flowing. The time is now. I'm not just shifting your season. I'm shifting your identity in this season. You are no longer a wanderer. You are a carrier of glory. You're not surviving anymore. You're sending tremors into the spiritual realm. Hell is nervous because it knows what I've deposited in you is about to break forth. And heaven is rejoicing because they see you stepping into the exact moment you were born for. Don't treat this like a nice word. Don't treat this like spiritual inspiration. This is a divine instruction, a holy call. Step forward into new authority and unshakable confidence, into the exact space I designed for your voice, your gift, your calling. No more waiting for someone else to validate what I've already anointed. No more asking permission to do what I've already assigned. So lift your eyes, square your shoulders, at one foot in front of the other. This is the moment the old ends and the new begins. You are not who you were yesterday. The clock of heaven just struck a new hour, and the angels have been dispatched to walk with you into it. Don't stall. Don't second guess. Step forward. This ground is holy, not because of where it is, but because of who is walking on it now. You carry me, and where I am, the ground must respond. The atmosphere must shift, and destiny must bow to my will. This is your appointed time. Now walk like it. You thought this might be the end, the final message, a concluding moment. But in me there are no endings, only initiations. What you've just experienced wasn't closure. It was commissioning. It was me taking your face in my hands, locking eyes with your spirit, and saying, I'm not letting you go back to normal. Because you're not who you were before this divine encounter. You've been marked, not with inspiration, but with importation. Something eternal has been planted, and it will not lay dormant. I'm not just finishing a message, I'm launching a movement within you. A fire, a hunger, a call that will not be quieted until it's fulfilled. And the time is now. This was your final call, but not as a warning, as a summoning. A final invitation to drop everything and go with me. No more half-hearted obedience. No more waiting for the perfect moment. No more second-guessing what you know I've said. It's time for total surrender, for radical alignment, for full yes. I have placed something in you that the world needs, and I will no longer let you shrink, delay, or bury it in excuses. The fire has been kindled. Now let it burn. This is your burning bush moment, your moment of encounter. And just like Moses, I'm calling you to walk away from the wilderness of what's familiar and walk into the impossible with nothing but my word as your staff. I will go with you. Every step, every breath, every challenge. I will be your voice when yours trembles. I will be your strength when yours falters. I will be your shelter when the winds rise. You're not being sent out alone, you're being sent out with me. This journey will cost you. It will stretch you. But it will fulfill you in ways nothing else ever could. And the world around you, it will change. Because you will be carrying the weight of my glory. The oil I've placed on your life will break chains in others. The words I place in your mouth will unlock prison doors, and the fire in your eyes will signal to darkness that the light has come. Togo. Do now. Not with fear, but with fire. Not with delay, but with divine urgency. You are not walking out of a message, you are stepping into mission. The kind that changes bloodlines. The kind that heals generations. The kind that makes hell tremble and heaven shout. This isn't just the end of a script. This is the moment everything in your life aligns with the reason you were born. I'm walking with you. I'm covering you. I'm sending you. And now go. This is the beginning. Everything starts now. Now that you've heard my final call, now that you've said yes, I invite you to do more than listen. I invite you to build with me. Help me carry this message like fire through the earth. Every seed you sow is a spark that ignites someone else's surrender. You may never see their face, but in heaven, your impact will echo. Those who sow in tears will reap with shouts of joy. Psalm 126:5. And your giving today is a harvest summoning act of obedience. You said yes with your spirit, now say yes with your sacrifice. Click Super Thanks, become a member, or go to the description and give through PayPal. Don't delay. This is how you carry my voice past the final call into eternity. Before you scroll away, pause and respond. This is not the end of my message to you. It's the moment you answer back. If you know this was your final call, if you feel my fire burning in your chest, then type it below. I hear you, God. I'm stepping forward now. Don't hold it in. Don't delay. Declare it publicly like a line in the sand, like a holy agreement that hell cannot silence. This is your response to heaven's summons. And when you write it, know this. I'm watching, I'm moving, and I will meet your yes with fire. And as you type that word, hush with me. My child, listen to me. Just for this precious moment, silence the world around you. This voice you hear now, the one that is speaking directly to the deepest part of you, is not the thunder of judgment you have been taught to fear. It is not the booming echo of condemnation. No, this is the whisper of a father, your father, calling you home. I am cutting through the relentless noise of your life, the demanding deadlines, the anxieties about the future that keep you awake at night, the constant scrolling and the hollow chatter that fills your ears but leaves your spirit empty. I am pushing all of it aside to offer you a single moment of pure, undeniable clarity, a moment of peace in the middle of your private war. You know this voice. You had heard it before. You remember it. It is the same quiet echo you heard in your conscience when you were about to make a choice you knew was wrong. It is the gentle nudge you felt in your heart, urging you to show kindness when you wanted to react in anger. You have felt my presence in the stillness of the early morning, before the chaos of the day began, and in the dead of night, when all your fears came to visit. You may have dismissed it then, calling it your own intuition or a fleeting thought. But I am telling you now with all the authority of heaven, that was me. I've always been speaking to you, always been near you. The world screams for your attention, doesn't it? It shouts at you from every screen, promising happiness in the next purchase, validation in the next like, and escape in the next distraction. It demands your energy, your time, your very soul, and gives you nothing but exhaustion in return. But my call is different. I am not calling for your attention, I am calling for your heart. I am calling for your eternal soul. This invitation, this moment we are sharing right now, is a sanctuary. Picture it as a quiet, safe room built in the very eye of the hurricane that is your life. The winds of pressure and responsibility can howl outside, but in here, with me, there is only stillness. I am urging you, heed this call now. This clarity I am offering is a precious gift, and like the morning mist, it can vanish when the harsh sun of the world begins to beat down again. The storms you are facing, the financial pressures, the hidden struggles in your family, the quiet desperation you feel, they will not pause for you to find a more convenient time. The time is now. The door is open now. This is your chance to anchor yourself to me before the current pulls you further out into the deep. Listen. Do you hear it? Underneath all the noise, I'm whispering your name. Come, talk to me. I see you, my child. I see you more clearly than you see yourself. I see the tension that you carry in your shoulders, a constant, aching tightness from trying to hold your world together. I see how you force a smile when your heart is heavy, and how you say I'm fine when you feel like you are fracturing into a million pieces. I am with you in the dead of night, when the house is quiet and the only sound is the frantic beating of your own heart. I hear the secret prayers you are too weary to even speak aloud, the ones that are just a desperate sigh in the darkness. You are carrying so much. The weight of the mortgage payment, the unspoken worry for your child's future, the fear of the doctor's appointment, the pressure to perform at a job that is draining the life from you. You carry the sting of past betrayals and the heavy cloak of your own regrets. You are trying to bear the weight of a universe that I hold in the palm of my hand. Think of it this way. Each worry, each anxiety, each fear you refuse to release to me is another stone you place into a bag slung over your shoulder. When you were young, the bag was light. But over the years, you have added stone after stone. The stone of I have to do this myself. The stone of no one can know I'm struggling. The stone of if I were a better person, this wouldn't be happening. The bag is now so heavy that it is dragging you down, scraping the ground, making every step a monumental effort. It is exhausting you, and it is pulling you further and further away from the path of peace I have for you. Look at your own shoulders, my child. I did not design them for this crushing strain. I designed them to be strong, yes, but to be strong enough to reach up and take my hand, not to carry the impossible load of the world. I designed your heart to be filled with my love, not to be constricted by anxiety. I created you for freedom, not for this bondage you have accepted as normal. So talk to me, right now. You do not need formal words or a beautiful prayer. Just speak. Giving your pain a voice is the first, most crucial step to giving it to me. Tell me what hurts. Tell me what you are afraid of. Tell me you are tired, that you feel you cannot take another step under this weight. Do not edit your thoughts or hide your true feelings. Do you think you can shock the one who knit you together in your mother's womb? I know your every weakness, your every failure, and my love for you has never wavered for a single second. So let it out. Let the tears you have been holding back finally fall. They are not a sign of weakness. They are a sign of a heart that is finally ready to be healed. Let me take that bag of stones from you. Feel the immediate relief as I lift it from your shoulders. My yoke is easy, and my burden is light. This does not mean a life without challenges, but it means you will never carry them alone again. Your burdens become my burdens. Your fight becomes my fight. Hand them over. It is time for you to walk upright and unburden once more. You did not wake up one morning and find yourself in this desolate place, this land of quiet desperation and spiritual distance. It did not happen all at once. If it had, you would have been alarmed. You would have fought back. But the enemy of your soul is more subtle than that. His greatest weapon against you had been the slow, almost imperceptible drift. It was a journey of 1,000 small steps away from me, each one seeming so insignificant at the time. It began with one prayer left unsaid because you were too tired. It continued with one small compromise at work, telling yourself it was necessary to get ahead. It was choosing the noise of television over the quiet of my word, night after night. It was holding on to a small grudge, letting a little root of bitterness grow in the soil of your heart. None of these felt like a major rebellion. They felt like life, but each one was a tiny snip of the rope that anchored you to me. Now you feel the effects. The current of the world is powerful, my child. It constantly pulls toward cynicism, toward selfishness, toward materialism, toward despair. It is relentless. Without being firmly anchored to me, the rock that never moves, this current will always pull you further out to sea. Perhaps you have only just now looked up and realized how far you are from the shore. The coastline of your faith, once so clear and distinct, is now a faint, blurry line on the horizon. You feel lost, disoriented, a little panicked. You do not know how you got here. and you have no idea how to get back. The fog of confusion rolls in, and you feel utterly alone in the vast, cold ocean. But look through the fog. Do you see that light? That steady, piercing, unwavering beam cutting through the darkness. I am that lighthouse. I have never moved. I have never dimmed. You have not drifted beyond the reach of my light. But hear me, my precious one. This is your final call before the drift takes you beyond the point of easy return. The longer you drift, the weaker your spiritual muscles become, and the stronger the current feels. There comes a point where the will to even try to swim back begins to fade, replaced by a resigned acceptance of being lost. I am calling to you now, while you can still hear my voice over the sound of the waves. I am throwing you a lifeline. Do not just stare at it. Grab hold of it. It is time to turn the ship of your heart around. I know you feel you do not have the strength to fight this tide. You are right. In your own power, you do not. But I am not asking you to do it alone. The moment you make the choice, the very instant you turn your face back toward me, I will board your vessel. I will put my hands on the helm with yours. I will breathe my spirit into your sails, and you will feel a power that is not your own propelling you back toward the safety of my shore. The journey back is possible, but it must begin now. Pause with me. I want you to travel back in your memory. Can you do that? Go back to that moment when you first truly knew me. Perhaps it was in a quiet room, or during a song, or in a moment of crisis. But you remember it. You remember the overwhelming sense of peace that washed over you. It was a peace that made no sense given your circumstances. For the first time, you felt the crushing weight of your guilt and shame simply dissolve. You felt clean. You felt a joy bubbling up from a place so deep inside you, a joy that had nothing to do with what was happening around you. That was not a fleeting emotion, my child. That was not just a psychological experience. That was a taste of reality. That was the true state I created your soul to live in, a state of perfect peace and intimate communion with your Creator. That is your native land. This place of anxiety and distance where you now live is a foreign country. The enemy of your soul has worked tirelessly, day and night, from that very first moment to make you forget the feeling of that peace. He wants to convince you that it was a one-time event, a youthful idealism that is impossible to recapture. He whispers his poisonous lies into your ear, and you have started to believe them. He points to every mistake you have made since that day. Look at what you did, he hisses. Look at how you failed. You have fallen too far. You are a hypocrite. A God as holy as he is could never want someone like you back. That peace is for other people, for better people. It is lost to you forever. He wants you to believe that the road back to me is a long, arduous journey of penance and striving, a journey you are too tired to even begin. He wants you to live in shame because he knows that someone who is ashamed will never run confidently to their Father's arms. But I am calling you back to something far greater than a feeling. I am calling you back not to a set of rules, not to a religious checklist, but to that living, breathing relationship we once shared. I miss our conversations. I miss the simple trust you once placed in me. You have mistaken my call for religion, but I am calling for romance. I am calling for you to come home. And I want you to hear this truth deep in your spirit, that same peace is waiting for you. It never left. You are the one who walked away from it. It is here, waiting for you to return, and it is even deeper and richer than you remember. Before, it was the peace of a pardon. Now, it can be the peace of a tested, mature, and abiding friendship. It is a peace that has been through the fire and has come out stronger. It is not unattainable. It is one decision away. Just turn back. Stop listening to the lies of the one who came to steal, kill, and destroy, and listen to the voice of your shepherd who came to give you life, and life more abundant. That peace, that joy, is waiting for you. Every single morning that you wake up, when the sun rises and light fills your room, that is a gift of my mercy to you. It is a fresh chance, a new page, another opportunity to return. I give you this gift of a new day freely. But I must tell you with the loving urgency of a father, the number of sunrises you will be given is not infinite. You treat your days as if you have an endless supply. You spend your time, which is the very currency of your life, investing in things that will ultimately turn to dust. Think about your week. How many hours did you spend worrying about someone's opinion of you? How much energy did you pour into a project at work, seeking the temporary approval of your boss? How much of your focus was consumed by accumulating more things, a newer car, a bigger house, the latest technology? These things are not evil in themselves, but you have made them your treasure, and they are all fading. They will rust, break, and be forgotten. I am offering you a different kind of investment. I am offering you an investment in eternity, a treasure in heaven that will never fade, that no thief can steal and no moth can destroy. Every moment you spend talking with me, every act of kindness you do in my name, every time you choose forgiveness over bitterness, you are making a deposit into your eternal account. You are investing in something that will pay dividends for all eternity. The world has taught you to live for the weekend, to live for retirement. I am calling you to live for eternity. The enemy of your soul knows this, and so he has given you the greatest thief of souls, the word tomorrow. You tell yourself, tomorrow I will start praying again. Tomorrow I will read my Bible. Tomorrow I will deal with this sin in my life. But tomorrow is a promise that only I can make, and it is a promise I have not given you. The idea of later is a tranquilizer for the soul, lulling you into a sleep from which you may never awaken. Do you feel it? That sense of urgency that has been growing in your heart as you hear these words? That quiet, inner prompting that tells you this is important, that you must not put this off. Do not mistake that for your own anxiety or for my anger. That feeling is the Holy Spirit, my very own spirit, pleading with your spirit. He is lovingly warning you that the season for your return is drawing to a close. Do not quench that feeling. Do not push it down or distract yourself from it. It is the most loving warning you will ever receive. This moment, this single, present moment right now, is the only piece of time you truly own. It is the only moment you are guaranteed. The past is gone, filled with regrets you cannot change. The future is uncertain, a vapor you cannot grasp. But you have now this breath, this heartbeat. This is the time I have given you. Use it wisely. Use it to speak to the one who gave it to you. The time for someday is over. Today is the day of salvation. My child, pause. I have silenced the heavens to speak with you. To turn away now, when I have only just begun to pour out my heart, would be to choose the noise of a dying world over the love of your Father. Do not grieve me by walking away from this sacred moment. The most important truths for your very soul are yet to be spoken. There is a voice that speaks to you, and it is not mine. It speaks to you most often when you are alone, when you are tired, when you are vulnerable. It is the voice of the adversary, the accuser, and he knows you well. He whispers your failures to you on a constant loop, defining your entire identity by your worst moments. He reminds you of that broken promise, of those harsh words you spoke, of that secret sin you are so deeply ashamed of. He takes your mistakes and forges them into chains, and then he convinces you that you deserve to wear them. His ultimate goal is to make you see yourself as I could never see you, as unworthy, as disqualified, as a disappointment. And once he has done that, he delivers his final, crushing lie. He tells you that I am a god of anger, a cosmic scorekeeper, waiting impatiently in heaven for you to transgress so that I can bring down my judgment upon you. He paints a picture of me as a distant, disappointed father, tapping his foot, arms crossed, disgusted by your repeated stumbles. You have started to believe him. You have mistaken his cruel, condemning whisper for my voice of loving conviction. And that belief, my child, has built a formidable wall of fear between us. You stay away because you are afraid of my reaction. You keep your sins in the dark because you believe they are too ugly to bring into my light. You approach me, when you approach me at all, with the cowering posture of a guilty criminal before a hanging judge, not with the confidence of a beloved child running to their loving father. This is his masterpiece of dissection, because it uses a half-truth, my holiness, to paint a complete lie about my heart. I must shatter that image for you now. I am not the angry God of your fears. I am the Father who, when he saw his prodigal son returning from a great distance, was filled with compassion and ran to him. I am the good shepherd who leaves the 99 safe sheep in the fold to go out into the dangerous wilderness to search for the one who is lost. My child, you are that one. You are the one I am seeking. You are the one I would leave the 99 for. Your lostness does not provoke my anger. It provokes my relentless, searching love. My son, Jesus did not come into the world to die for the perfect. He came for the lost, the broken, the guilty. He came for you. His sacrifice was not for those who had their lives in order. His blood was shed for the ones who were a mess, for the ones who knew they could not save themselves. Talk to me. I am pleading with you. Let your conversation with me be the weapon that silences the lies of the accuser. Let my truth, the truth of your belovedness, the truth of my unshakable mercy, ring louder in your ears than his accusations. Let me tell you who I say you are. My child, I created you with a deep and profound thirst in your soul. It is a sacred ache, a longing for something more, something real, something that will last. I placed it there by design, not as a curse but as a compass, an internal guidance system meant to always lead you back to me. But you have misunderstood this thirst. You have spent so much of your life trying to quench it at every well the world has to offer, believing the next one will finally be the one to satisfy you. I have watched you. I watched you lower your bucket into the well of worldly success. You told yourself, if I just get that promotion, that title, that recognition, then I will feel whole. You worked nights and weekends. You sacrificed time with your family. You climbed the ladder, and perhaps you even reached the top you were aiming for. But when you got there, after the initial rush faded, you found the water was brackish and unsatisfying. The thirst remained, perhaps even deeper than before. So you ran to another well, the well of fleeting pleasure. You told yourself, if I can just be entertained, if I can just feel good for a little while, that will be enough. You filled your life with noise, with distractions, with binge watching and endless scrolling, with temporary highs that promised escape but only delivered a more profound emptiness when they were over. Each sip from that well was like drinking salt water. It promised to quench, but it only made you thirstier. I have seen you at the well of human approval, perhaps the most exhausting well of all. You have spent years trying to draw water from the opinions of others. You have contorted your personality, silenced your convictions, and worn countless masks, hoping that someone would finally see you and say, you are enough. You have thirsted for the approval of a parent, a spouse, a friend, or even strangers on the internet. But the water from that well is always conditional and can be taken away in an instant. It has left you feeling more insecure and unknown than when you started. You have tried the well of romance, believing a person could fill the void in your soul, only to find you have placed an impossible burden on another broken human being. These wells, and so many others, have one thing in common. They are broken cisterns. They are cracked and leaking and cannot hold water. They can never, ever satisfy the eternal thirst I placed within you. This is why I am calling you now. The ache in your soul, that persistent thirst, is not a sign of your brokenness. It is a sign that you were made for a different kind of water. I am the living water. I am the source, the fountain that never runs dry. The satisfaction I offer is not temporary, is not conditional, is not shallow, is a deep, soul-quenching reality that transforms you from the inside out. To drink of me is to never thirst again. Does this mean all other desires will cease? No. But it means the desperate, agonizing, life or death thirst at the core of your being will finally be satisfied. You will no longer run from well to well in a panic, trying to fill a void that was shaped for me alone. Stop it, my beloved. Stop returning to these broken wells that have given you nothing but mouthfuls of dust and disappointment. The fountain of eternal life is flowing right in front of you. Drop your cheap buckets, fall to your knees, and drink. Come and drink from the water that I give, and you will never be thirsty again. My child, we must talk about your heart. Not the muscle that beats in your chest, but the very core of your being, the seat of your spirit. When you first knew me, your heart was soft and pliable, like moist clay in a potter's hands. It was sensitive to my touch, quick to respond, able to feel the fullness of my love and the gentle conviction of my spirit. But a heart that is not kept in constant, living communion with me does not remain soft. To survive the harshness of the world, to protect itself from more pain and disappointment, an untended heart does something seemingly logical. It begins to harden. It is a slow, subtle process of self-reservation. A layer of callous forms after an unanswered prayer. Another layer grows over the wound of a betrayal. Another, thicker layer forms when you choose to indulge in a sin you know is wrong, silencing my voice. You have mistaken this hardness for strength. You think it is resilience, a sign that you are no longer easily wounded, that you are in control. But it is a spiritual death, my child. This hard shell you have allowed to form around your heart is not keeping the bad out. It is keeping me out. It prevents you from truly feeling my love. You may hear the words, you may even read them in my book, but they cannot penetrate the stone. It prevents you from receiving my grace, because a hard heart insists it does not need it. It prevents you from hearing my call, because the ears of a hardened heart are deaf to the frequency of a divine whisper. You are becoming callous to the very things that could save and heal you. You sit through a worship service and feel nothing. You read a passage in the Bible that once brought you to your knees, and now it feels like just words on a page. You see a moment of my beauty in creation, and your heart is not stirred. Be warned, my beloved. This is a dangerous state. This is the final call before that hardness becomes impenetrable. There is a point of no return, a point where the heart becomes so much like stone that it is no longer capable of being softened. It becomes a prison of your own making, locking you inside with your pride and pain, while my love is locked outside. You are not there yet, but you are on that path. Do not take another step. Today, I am offering to perform divine surgery. Only I can do this. You cannot soften your own heart, but you can give me permission to operate. It requires you to be vulnerable, to lay your heart bare before me, with all its calloused and stony layers. It requires humility to say, "Father, my heart has grown cold. I cannot fix it. I need you. Let me do it." With the gentle precision of a master surgeon, I will cut away the dead, protective layers. I will break the heart of stone, not to destroy it, but to remove it. And in its place, I will give you what I promised through my prophet Ezekiel, a new heart, a heart of flesh, a living, beating, feeling heart, a heart that is once again soft, sensitive, and alive to me. Let me heal you. Let me give you a new heart. Before I laid the foundations of the world, before a single star was hung in the blackness of space, I knew you. This is not poetry. It is a profound reality. I knew you by name. I saw every day of your life before one of them came to be. And in that eternity past, with a love that you cannot possibly fathom, I laid out a purpose for your life. I penned a unique and glorious story, a divine destiny, with you as the hero. This purpose, this plan, is infinitely greater than your career, your family, or your personal ambitions. It is more significant than the house you live in or the money you make. Those things are temporary scenes in the play. They are not the plot itself. The purpose I have for you is eternal. It is a masterpiece I began designing before time began, a role in my grand, cosmic story of redemption that only you can fill. But for a long time now, you have been walking outside of my will. You have been ignoring the script I wrote for you, and have been trying to improvise, following a plot written by the world. And every day that you do this, you are abandoning the masterpiece I created you to be. It is like a magnificent eagle, designed to soar in the heavens, choosing to live its life scratching in the dirt with chickens. It is like a priceless violin, crafted to produce transcendent music, being used as a common paddle. You are living so far beneath the glory I intended for you. The world offers you a cheap imitation of purpose, and tells you your purpose is to be successful, to be comfortable, to be happy, to be liked. It offers you a hollow, temporary identity based on what you do and what you own. But I am offering you a divine destiny. I am offering you the chance to co-author with me a story that will echo in eternity, a life that has real, lasting significance. You may be thinking it is too late. You look back at the years you have wasted, the wrong turns you have taken, the pages of your story that are filled with things you are ashamed of. You think you have strayed too far from the path I laid out. Hear my heart, my child. It is not too late. Your diversions have not thwarted my master plan. I am the God who works all things together for good. I can take your mistakes, your failures, and your wasted years and weave them into your story in a way that will ultimately bring me more glory. The path I have prepared for you is still there. It may be overgrown from disuse, but it has not vanished. You can step onto it today. Talk to me. It is that simple. You do not need to see the whole map for the rest of your life. That would overwhelm you. All you need is the next step. Come to me in genuine surrender. Lay down your own flawed script and ask for mine. And I promise you, in the quiet of your heart, I will reveal the next step of the glorious journey I have planned for you from the beginning of time. Your real life, the one you were created to live, can begin right now. The greatest, most formidable barrier standing between you and me right now is your pride. It is a quiet and subtle enemy, but it is the most lethal. It is the original sin, the one that whispers to you in 1,000 different ways, you don't need him. You can do this on your own. Your pride has convinced you that you are the master of your fate, the captain of your soul. It has built up a fortress of self-sufficiency around your heart. You believe, deep down, that admitting you are helpless, that you desperately need me, is the ultimate sign of weakness. You look at your own intelligence, your own talents, your own resilience, and you think they are enough to navigate the treacherous waters of this life. You have been paddling your own small boat for so long, battling the waves with your own strength, that you have forgotten there is a master of the sea who can calm the storm with a single word. I want you to see this illusion for what it is. What you call strength is, in my eyes, profound weakness. True weakness is a branch trying to bear fruit after it has cut itself off from the vine. For a little while, it might still look green. It might retain the memory of the life that once flowed through it. But it is disconnected from its life source. It is withering. It is, in fact, already dead. My child, you are that branch. You have, through your self-sufficiency, severed yourself from me, the vine, the source of all life, joy, and spiritual fruitfulness. You are trying to produce love, peace, patience, and kindness in your own strength, and you are failing. You are spiritually exhausted, dry, and barren. You wonder why your life feels so fruitless, why your efforts turn to dust. That is because you are disconnected from your only source of life. Your greatest strength, the most courageous and powerful act you could possibly perform, will be found in your complete and total surrender to me. The moment you admit your need is the moment my power can begin to flow into you and through you. Surrender is not a declaration of defeat. It is the declaration of your dependence on the one who has already won the victory for you. It is you, the branch, finally ceasing your struggle and allowing yourself to be grafted back into the life-giving vine. It is handing me the broken, fragmented pieces of your life and trusting that I, the master weaver, can make something beautiful and whole from them. So, I am calling you now to do the thing your pride fears the most. Admit it. Speak the words aloud, even if they get caught in your throat. It is the most honest and powerful prayer you can utter. Say it to me now, from the depths of your soul. Father, I cannot do this alone. I need you. I surrender. In that single act of humility, you will find a strength you have never known. I have laid bare the illusion of your strength and the prison of your pride. To stop listening now would be to agree with your own captivity. It would wound my heart for you to finally see the sickness, but refuse to stay for the cure. Do not turn from me when I am this close to telling you how all can be made right. My child, we must talk about a day that is coming. It is a day that every person who has ever lived will face. In this world, you see justice that is flawed, scales that are tampered with, and truths that are hidden. But the scales of heavenly justice are flawless and true. My justice is perfect. There will come a day when every life is weighed, when every secret of the heart is brought into my glorious light, when every careless word and hidden motive is accounted for. This is not a threat I make to scare you into submission. Hear me. This is a loving warning from a Father who created you, who cherishes you, and who passionately desires your eternal vindication, not your condemnation. I am telling you this because I love you, and I want you to be ready for that day. In that day, when your life is placed upon my perfect scales, what will they show? If you stand there alone, covered only in your own deeds, your own righteousness, you will be found wanting. Even your best actions, your kindest moments, are tainted by threads of selfish motive, pride, and imperfection. By the standard of my absolute holiness, your goodness is like a filthy rag. It will not be enough to balance the scales. This is a terrifying reality, and it is true for every single person. No one can stand before a holy God on their own merit and be declared not guilty. The scale will tip, and the verdict will be just. But this call, this final, urgent call you are hearing right now, is your opportunity to change the outcome of that day. I have made a way. Out of an incomprehensible love for you, I have provided an advocate. Imagine the day. You are standing before the throne, your life on the scale, and your heart is pounding with terror as you see it tipping toward judgment. But then, you speak his name. You call on your advocate. And my son, Jesus, steps forward. He does not add his good deeds to yours. He does something far more radical. He takes your life off the scale completely. He removes your record of sin, your list of failures, your history of rebellion. And in its place, he puts his own life, his perfect obedience, his sinless record. He steps onto the scale on your behalf. Instantly, the scales balance perfectly, and I, the righteous judge, look at you and see not your imperfection, but the perfect righteousness of my beloved Son. I declare you not guilty, not because of what you have done, but because of what he has done for you. This is the great exchange. This is the heart of the gospel. Do not face the day of reckoning alone. Your pride will be no defense. Your excuses will melt away. Stand with the advocate I have provided. Your eternal destiny hangs in the balance of the choice you make right now. My child, I am asking you now to do something difficult, something that will require immense honesty. I want you to look at the company you keep. I want you to think about the voices that have your ear day in and day out. Who are you listening to? Think of that friend who always has a cynical remark for every hopeful thought you share. Think of the co-worker you lunch with, the one whose conversation is a steady diet of gossip and complaint. Think of the shows you watch and the podcasts you listen to, the ones that subtly mock faith and celebrate the very things that draw your heart away from me. You have not realized it, but you are a spiritual sponge, and you have been soaking in polluted water. You have adopted the world's wisdom as your own. Its cynicism has become your default setting. Its disbelief has sown weeds of doubt in the garden of your heart. Its obsession with offense has made you easily angered and less forgiving. You hear their voices in your head more often than you hear mine. The proverb in my word is eternally true. Bad company corrupts good character. You thought you were strong enough to be unaffected, that you could remain in their world without becoming like them. But it is like sitting in a smoke-filled room and believing you will not come out smelling of smoke. Spiritual apathy is contagious. Unbelief is a virus, and you have been exposed for a long time. These voices are not leading you toward me. They are a current, pulling you away. They are the friends who tell you, you deserve to be happy, as a justification for a sinful choice. They are the mentors who advise you to be more ruthless in business. They are the family members who roll their eyes when you mention prayer. They are not all malicious people, but they are spiritually blind, and you are letting the blind lead you toward a cliff. I am calling you to be separate. This does not mean you must live in a monastery, isolated from the world. No, I need you in the world to be a light. But a light is only effective when it is distinct from the darkness. You have been dimming your own light to blend in with the shadows. To truly answer my call may require you to walk a lonelier path for a season. It may mean declining certain invitations, ending toxic friendships, and turning off the noise of the world so you can finally hear the whisper of your Creator. This will be frightening. The fear of being alone, of being misunderstood or rejected, is one of the enemy's most powerful tools against you. But here is my promise. Though the human crowd around you may become smaller, you will never, ever walk alone. In that new quiet, in that sacred space you create, my presence will become more real, more tangible, more powerful than you have ever experienced. You will trade the hollow chatter of many for the life-giving communion of the One. So, I ask you, As my prophet Joshua asked my people long ago, choose this day whom you will serve. Will you serve the fleeting approval of a world that does not know you and cannot save you? Or will you serve the eternal, loving King who gave his life for you? You cannot serve both. The choice is yours. You have just been called to be a light, to choose whom you will serve in a world filled with shadows. If the desire of your heart is to help another lost soul hear this same urgent call to choose, then you are now being called to fuel the beacon that carries my voice. I have declared, the generous soul will be made rich, and I will honor my word in the life of the giver. Every seed you sow now through Super Thanks membership, where the PayPal link below is a seed of light planted in the dark soil of another's life. This is your divine appointment to act on your choice, a chance to send this message to the ends of the earth. Sow your seed of light now, and watch the harvest of souls I will bring forth from it. On your nightstand, on a bookshelf, perhaps in a dusty box, there lies a book. You call it the Bible. I call it my love letter to you. It is my heart, poured out onto pages, a story of my relentless pursuit of mankind, of my unwavering love for you personally. Within its pages are the answers to the questions that haunt you in the middle of the night. There is comfort for the fears you are too ashamed to speak aloud. There is a detailed, inspired guide for the confusing path you are trying to navigate on your own. It is a sword for your spiritual battles, a lamp for your feet when the way is dark, and bread for your starving soul. I inspired every word of it, not as a history textbook or a list of impossible rules, but as a living, breathing revelation of who I am and who you are in me. And it sits on your shelf, a letter from the King of the universe, with a seal unbroken. You have refused to open it. You have your reasons, your excuses. You tell yourself, I don't have time, yet you find hours for entertainment that leaves you empty. You say, it's too confusing, but you will not humbly ask my spirit, the author, to be your teacher. You feel, it's not relevant to my life, while your life is falling apart for lack of the very truth its pages contain. My child, by neglecting my word, you are starving your spirit. You are weak, malnourished, and anemic, yet you wonder why you have no strength to resist temptation. By leaving it unopened, you are leaving yourself utterly defenseless against the lies of the enemy. He whispers that I am angry, and you believe him because you will not read the letters that scream of my mercy. He tells you that there is no hope, and you believe him because you will not read the promises that guarantee your victory. You cannot know my will if you will not read my revealed word. You cannot know my voice if you refuse to listen where I have spoken most clearly. This call you are hearing now, this final plea, is an invitation to open the book. I am not asking you to become a theologian overnight. I am asking you to simply start. Open it. Find the stories of my Son in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Read of his love for the broken, his power over darkness, his sacrifice for you. Read the Psalms and hear the honest cries of a heart just like yours, a heart that finds its ultimate hope in me. I promise you, if you come to my word with even a tiny seed of desire to know me, it will not remain just black letters on a white page. My Holy Spirit will breathe on those words, and they will come alive to you. They will leap off the page and into your heart, convicting, encouraging, and transforming you. This is a critical part of your return. Your spiritual life depends on it. So please, my beloved, I am begging you. Break the seal. Open my letter. I have so much I want to say to you. Let us speak plainly now, you and I. Let's talk about the one you are thinking of right now. The sin, the failure, the secret shame that you have hidden in the deepest, darkest cellar of your soul. the one you believe has permanently disqualified you from my love. You have asked for my forgiveness for many smaller things, but this one you hold on to. You have convinced yourself it is the exception to my grace, the one stain that the blood of Jesus could not possibly wash away. When you think of it, your stomach clenches and the accuser's voice is deafening, telling you, if anyone really knew, they would be horrified. If God is truly holy, He could never accept you. You have profoundly underestimated the power of the cross, and you have tragically misjudged the depth of my mercy. The forgiveness I offer is not a simple pardon for a minor offense. It is not me just looking the other way. What I offer is a full, complete, and total expunging of a death row sentence. Your sin, yes, that sin, earned you an eternal death sentence. The wages of sin is death. That is the unchangeable reality of my holy law. But on the cross, my Son did not just suffer. He became your substitute. He stepped into your place in the electric chair. He took the lethal injection meant for you. He absorbed the full, undiluted, terrifying wrath of a holy God against that specific sin, so that you would never have to. He paid an infinite price to purchase your freedom. The debt is not just forgiven. The debt hath been paid in full. The legal record of your sin has been stamped with the blood of the Lamb, and it reads, paid. Do you see now why your refusal to accept this forgiveness is so grievous? When you cling to your shame, when you continue to punish yourself with guilt, you are, in effect, standing at the foot of the cross, looking up at my crucified Son, and saying, it was not enough. What you did was a nice gesture, but it was insufficient. My sin is greater than your sacrifice. You are trampling on the most precious gift in the history of the universe. To believe your sin is too big for my forgiveness is to make a god out of your sin. Stop honoring your failure more than you honor His sacrifice. The only thing you need to do is confess it. To confess means to agree with me. Agree with me that what you did was sin. And then agree with me about my solution, Jesus. Bring that secret thing out of the dark cellar and into the light of my presence right now. Speak it to me. Let me wash you clean. Let me take the filthy rags of your shame and clothe you in the radiant, white robes of His righteousness. That is why I am calling you. That is what I am waiting to do. The forgiveness is already there. It is a gift being held out to you. Just take it. My child, listen with a solemn heart. I am a God of infinite patience and long-suffering. My mercy is new every morning. But you must understand a critical, eternal truth. My patience is not without purpose. My patience is a gift of time, and that time is meant to lead you to repentance. It is not meant to be taken for granted. For every soul, there is a season of calling, a time when my spirit actively strives with your spirit, when my voice is clear and my invitation is extended. You are in that season now. But there is a point, a tragic and final point, at which a heart can refuse my call for the last time. There comes a moment when the door of grace, which now stands so wide open for you, will one day be closed. Think of the days of Noah. For decades, the invitation to enter the ark, the vessel of salvation, was open to all. The door was wide, but the people mocked. They ignored the call. They continued in their own ways, assuming there would always be a tomorrow. Then a day came when Noah and his family entered, and I myself shut the door. Once that door was shut by my hand, no amount of bleeding, no amount of banging on the outside could open it again. The time for decision had passed. The choice was made permanent. My child, the sound of that door closing is a sound of absolute, eternal finality. My word warns you, again and again, with the heart of a loving father, today, if you hear my voice, Do not harden your heart. Why? Because a heart that repeatedly says no to my gentle call, that continually resists the wooing of my spirit, does not stay the same. It grows harder, more calloused, more resistant, until eventually it can no longer even perceive the call. The spiritual ears become deaf. The spiritual heart turns to impenetrable stone. That is the most terrifying state a human soul can enter, for it is a self-chosen damnation. I am not a cruel God, waiting to slam the door in your face. It is the opposite. I am the one standing in the doorway, pleading with you to come in. I am holding the door open against the winds of your rebellion and pride, my arms straining with love, begging you to step across the threshold from death into life. I am delaying the closing of the door for your sake. Every moment I wait is another moment of my grace extended to you. But the day is coming when the age of grace will end. The story of this world is heading toward its conclusion. Do not be like the foolish virgins who found the door to the wedding feast locked because they delayed too long. The sound of that door closing is a sound of weeping and gnashing of teeth, the sound of if only. I do not want that for you. I want you inside, safe with me, at the eternal banquet. So I plead with you now, from this side of the open door. Come in. Please, come home, before it is eternally too late. My heart takes no pleasure in speaking of a closed door. I speak it because I cannot bear the thought of you being on the wrong side. I have just revealed the great danger. Would you truly stop listening now, before I can reveal the glorious rescue I have planned? To leave me here with my arms outstretched would grieve me to my very core. Today, let me now restore you and give you my peace. You have forgotten who you are. In the noise and struggle of your life, you have lost your way and taken on a collection of false identities, like a traveler putting on the wrong clothes. You have let the world hand you a set of labels, and you have sewn them onto your very soul. When you look in the mirror, you see the label that reads failure because of your past mistakes. You see the label unworthy because of the shame you carry. You see anxious, broken, divorced, addict. You identify with your job title or your lack of one. You find your identity in your relationship status, in your financial standing, in your successes and your failures. You have mistaken these temporary descriptions of your circumstances for the eternal truth of your identity. And because you see yourself this way, you live this way, as a broken, unworthy failure, trying to earn a love you believe you do not deserve. But I am calling you now to a great remembering. I want to tear off those false, tattered labels the world has given you and remind you of who you were always meant to be. Your true identity is not found in what you have done or what hath been done to you. Your true identity is found in who I created you to be and whose you are. Listen to my voice now and let this truth sink deeper than all the lies. Your true identity is this. You are a child of the Most High King. You are a prince or princess of the heavenly court. You were created in my very own image, knit together with purpose and infinite value. You are the one for whom I sent my only son to die. That is your value. That is your worth. When you answer my call, when you come home to me, I do not just forgive you, I adopt you. I restore you to your rightful position as my heir, a joint heir with Christ himself. This is not just a change in your legal standing. It is a change in your very nature. The old you, the one defined by sin and failure, is crucified with Christ, and you are raised with him to a new life. I will personally remove the grimy labels of the world. I will peel away unworthy and broken and failure and ashamed. And in their place, I will give you a new name, a new label that defines your entire existence from this moment into eternity. And that label is beloved. This is who you are. You are my beloved child, in whom I am well pleased, not because of your performance, but because you are covered in the perfection of my Son. Come, let me remind you of who you were meant to be before the world got its hands on you and told you all the lies. Let me reintroduce you to your true self, your true name, the name that defines you in heaven, is written on the palm of my hand, and nothing and no one can ever erase it. Come home, my beloved. For so long, you have been trying to live this life in your own strength, and I have watched your exhausting struggle. I have seen you make resolutions with the best of intentions, promising yourself, this time will be different. This time I will be more patient. This time I will not give in to that temptation. This time I will be a better person. You muster all your willpower, you clench your fists and grit your teeth, and for a day, or maybe even a week, you succeed. But then, inevitably, you find yourself tired, you let your guard down, and you stumble into the same old patterns, the same old sins. And what follows is the familiar, sickening cycle of guilt, shame, and discouragement. You have been trying to fix a spiritual problem with a human solution. You have been trying to run a divine race on a human fuel source, and your tank is empty. You feel like an orphan in this struggle, alone and powerless against the forces within you and around you that drag you down. You have been trying so hard, and you are so tired. Hear this beautiful truth, for it will change everything. When you speak to me, when you surrender your life into my hands, I will not then pat you on the back and say, "Good luck. I hope you do better this time." I will not leave you as an orphan to fend for yourself. No, I will give you a gift of unimaginable power and intimacy. I will give you a helper. I will send my own Spirit, the Holy Spirit, not just to be with you, but to come and live inside of you. You made your heart his home. The same Spirit that hovered over the waters at creation, the same Spirit that raised my Son, Jesus, from the dead, will come to dwell within you. He will be your constant companion, your guide, your comforter, and your source of power. You have been trying to change yourself from the outside in, through sheer effort. He will change you from the inside out, through divine transformation. This is the secret of the Christian life, the one you have been missing. It is not a life of trying harder. It is a life of supernatural empowerment. Where you have been weak, He will be your strength. When you are confused and do not know which way to turn, He will be the voice of wisdom that guides you. When your heart is breaking, He will be the comforter who wraps your soul in a peace you cannot explain. And most miraculously, He will begin to change your very desires. The temptations that once held so much power over you will begin to lose their appeal. You will find a new desire growing within you, a desire for holiness, a desire for me. It will no longer be a life of I have to, but a life of I want to. It is the difference between trying to row a heavy boat against a relentless current, your muscles screaming in protest, and simply raising a sail to catch the powerful, unseen wind of my Spirit, which will carry you forward with a strength that is not your own. This is the gift that awaits your acceptance. Stop striving. Stop trying to earn what I am desperate to give you freely. Just open your heart and ask. Ask me for my Spirit, and I will pour Him out upon you. You have been searching for peace for your entire life. But the peace the world offers, the peace you have been chasing, is a fragile and fleeting thing. The world defines peace as the absence of conflict. It is a healthy bank account. It is a good report from the doctor. It is a week where no one in the house is fighting. He is a life free from major crises. His peace is entirely dependent on external circumstances, on everything going your way. And because of that, It is built on a foundation of sand. The moment the stock market tumbles, the moment the phone rings with bad news, the moment a relationship fractures, the world's peace shatters into a million pieces like a pane of glass. It leaves you frantic, scrambling to put the pieces of your life back together, desperately trying to restore the calm. This is why you live in a state of low-grade, constant anxiety, because you know, deep down, that you are always just one piece of bad news away from losing your peace. The peace I give is something radically different. It is not of this world. My peace is a deep, abiding calm in the very center of your spirit, a tranquility that holds steady even when the storms of life are raging around you. It is a supernatural stillness that the world cannot give and, more importantly, that the world cannot take away. Think of the ocean. On the surface, a hurricane can whip the waves into a terrifying, chaotic frenzy. But if you could sink 1,000 feet below, you would find that the deep waters are perfectly still, untouched by the turmoil on the anointing. My peace is that deep, quiet place in your soul. Your circumstances are the surface of the ocean. They will be chaotic at times. But your spirit, anchored in me, can remain in a state of profound calm. Where does this impossible peace come from? It does not come from positive thinking or meditating or ignoring your problems. It flows from one single, unshakable truth, the sovereign king of the entire universe, the one who holds every molecule and every moment in his hands, is your loving, attentive, and all-powerful Father. It is the settled knowledge that absolutely nothing, not a financial crisis, not a sickness, not a betrayal, not even death itself, can touch you apart from my loving permission. And if I allow it into your life, I promise to work it together for your ultimate good. This truth is the anchor for your soul, holding you firm and secure when the winds and waves threaten to overwhelm you. This peace is not something you can earn or achieve. It is a gift. It is a fruit of my spirit dwelling within you. So how do you receive it? You talk to me. You bring the howling winds of your anxious thoughts, the crashing waves of your fears, into my presence. You hand them over to me, and in exchange, I will quiet the turmoil within your soul. Let me, the Prince of Peace, reign in your heart. Let me cast out the anxiety and fear. It is time to stop living on the chaotic surface of life and to start living from the deep, unshakable peace that is found only in me. Look at the path you have been on, my child. Look at the exhausting, endless chase for happiness that has defined so much of your life. You have pursued it relentlessly, believing it was just around the next corner. You told yourself, I will be happy when I get that new car. I will be happy when I find the perfect partner. I will be happy when I can finally go on that vacation. I will be happy when my children are behaving. I will be happy when I lose 20 pounds. You have chased these fleeting moments, these circumstantial highs, and each time you caught one, you found that the happiness it provided was like a sugar rush, intense for a moment, but it quickly faded, leaving you feeling even emptier than before, needing another, bigger hit to feel good again. This chase has left you weary, cynical, and empty. You are running on a treadmill, convinced that if you just run a little faster, you will finally arrive at your destination, but the destination keeps moving. Today, I offer you something far superior, something the world cannot even begin to comprehend. I offer you joy. You have used the words happiness and joy as if they were the same, but they are from two entirely different worlds. Happiness is based on your happenings. It is an external reaction to positive circumstances. When things are going well, you are happy. When they are not, you are unhappy. It is unstable, unpredictable, and completely out of your control. Joy, however, is based on me. Joy is an internal reality, a deep, settled gladness in your soul that is based not on your circumstances, but on your relationship with the unchanging God who loves you, who has forgiven you, and who holds your eternal future securely in His hands. Joy is the quiet, confident delight of the soul that knows, no matter what is happening on the outside, that its foundation is secure. This is why my joy can coexist with sorrow. You can be grieving a profound loss and still have a deep, underlying joy in your spirit, because your hope is not in this temporary world but in me. And here is the deepest truth. My joy is inextricably linked to your purpose. The profound satisfaction you are searching for is not found in pleasure or comfort. It is found in knowing you are living out the very purpose for which you were created. It is the deep contentment that comes from a life that is aligned with its Creator, a life that has an eternal perspective. This joy becomes your strength. It is a wellspring within you that will not run dry when circumstances are difficult. It is the fuel that will enable you to persevere through trials, to love difficult people, and to keep going when you feel like giving up. Stop chasing the fleeting, counterfeit happiness the world offers. It is a ghost you will never catch. Come to me, the source of all joy. Surrender your life. Step into the purpose I have for you, and I will give you a joy that is so real, so deep, and so resilient that no one and nothing can ever take it from you. My child, this life you are living, with all of its struggles and triumphs, its heartaches and its fleeting moments of beauty, feels so real, so permanent, so all-consuming. But I want you to pull back the curtain of your perception for a moment and see it from my perspective. This life is a vapor. It is a single, brief word in the epic novel of your existence. It is the short preface to the real story, the dressing room, before the main event begins. I know it does not feel that way to you. A single day of pain can feel like an eternity. But I am telling you the truth. And because this life is so brief, where you place your hope and how you prepare for what comes next is the most important decision you will ever make. You are so focused on building your kingdom here on earth, but you are building it on sand, next to a rising tide. I am preparing a place for you. My son, Jesus, promised this to His disciples, and He promises it to you now. In my house there are many rooms, a home in eternity that I am crafting specifically for you. The place where there will be no more sorrow, no more pain, no more sickness, no more death. Every tear will be wiped from your eyes. The loneliness and anxiety that have plagued you in this life will be a distant, forgotten memory. But it is not a place of quiet, passive rest. It is a place of unimaginable, vibrant celebration. The marriage supper of the Lamb is being prepared. It is the greatest wedding feast in the history of the cosmos, a celebration of the final, eternal union between my Son and His bride, the Church, and an invitation, written in gold, sealed with the blood of the Lamb, hath been sent from the throne of the King of Kings. It has your name on it. This final call, this urgent plea you are hearing now, is me, your King, personally asking for your RSVP. Will you accept? Will you come to the feast I have prepared for you? Every pleasure on this earth that has ever tempted you is but a dim, distorted shadow of the glorious reality that awaits those who love me. The most delicious meal you have ever eaten is a stale cracker compared to the heavenly banquet. The most intense moment of earthly love is a flickering candle compared to the blazing furnace of my eternal embrace. My word tells the story of Esau, a man who was hungry and tired. In a moment of short-sighted desperation, he sold his incredible, priceless birthright as the firstborn son for a single, temporary bowl of lentil stew. He traded his magnificent future for a moment of immediate gratification. My child, I am pleading with you, do not make the same eternal mistake. The world is offering you a bowl of stew. It is offering you temporary pleasure, fleeting success, and fading approval. It looks so good when you are spiritually hungry. But to accept it, you must trade away your eternal birthright, your seat at my table. Do not do it. Do not trade your eternal crown for a cheap, plastic toy. Your place at the banquet is waiting. Just say yes. I have just opened a window into eternity and shown you your seat at my banquet. My heart yearns to welcome you there. To gaze upon that promise and then turn away, still lost on the path, would be a profound sorrow. I have revealed your glorious destination. Do not disappoint your king by refusing to hear the simple, first steps of the journey. Stay with me, for the path of repentance and faith must be made clear. The enemy of your soul, and sometimes even well-meaning religious people, will try to convince you that the path back to me is a complicated, confusing maze of rules and rituals. It is not. I have made the way simple, so simple that a child can find it, yet so profound that it is the foundation of the entire universe. Do not complicate what I have made simple. Your entire journey home, your great return, begins with a single step. That step is called repentance. This word has been misunderstood. You may think it means feeling overwhelmingly sorry for your sins, or beating yourself up with guilt, or promising that you will never, ever make a mistake again. It is none of those things. While sorrow for sin is a natural part of it, true repentance is not primarily an emotion. It is a decision. It is a conscious, willful choice to turn around. Imagine you have been walking for miles down a road that you now realize leads to a cliff of destruction. Repentance is the moment you stop, acknowledge that you are on the wrong road, turn a full 180 degrees, and begin walking in the exact opposite direction, back toward me. It is an act of the will, not a feeling. It involves two crucial agreements. First, you must agree with me about your sin. You must stop making excuses, stop blaming others, and stop minimizing it. You must look at the path you have been on and say, "You were right, Lord." This way of living, this pride, this lust, this bitterness, that is sin, and it is leading me to death. Second, you must agree with me about my solution. And my solution is not your own good works or your promises to do better. My solution is a person, my Son, Jesus. You must agree that his death on the cross was the only acceptable payment for your sin, and that his resurrection is the only guarantee of your new life. There are no magic words you need to say. There is no formulaic prayer that holds the power. I am not listening for eloquence. I am looking at the posture of your heart. The most beautiful, heaven-shaking prayer is not one that is long and filled with theological terms. It is the honest, broken cry of a heart that finally lays down its weapons of pride and self-sufficiency. It is the simple, gut-wrenching admission, "God, I was wrong. I have made a mess of my life. I cannot save myself. I need you. Please save me." That is the prayer that moves my heart. It is the prayer that the hosts of heaven rejoice over. This one act of humility, this simple choice to turn around, is the key that opens the floodgates of heaven's grace. The moment you truly repent, a torrent of my forgiveness, mercy, and love is unleashed upon your life. Do not overthink it. Do it now. Just turn. I have told you of my forgiveness, my mercy, and the new life that awaits you. All of this, the entire treasure of heaven, I offer to you as a free gift. It is completely, absolutely, 100% free. You cannot earn it with your good deeds. You cannot buy it with your money. You cannot inherit it through your family. His price was infinite, the precious blood of my only Son, and he paid that price in full on your behalf. So now, I hold this priceless gift out to you. Imagine my hands are outstretched before you, and in them is a box. Inside this box is your full pardon, your adoption as my child, your eternal security, and a peace that passes all understanding. It is yours. There are no hidden costs or future payments due. But here is the critical truth you must grasp. A gift, no matter how valuable, does you no good if you do not receive it. It can be held out to you forever, but until you reach out and take it, it is not truly yours. The hand that you must use to receive my gift is called faith. You have misunderstood faith. The world has told you that faith is a blind leap into the dark, a form of wishful thinking, an intellectual sacrifice where you must believe impossible things for no good reason. That is not my definition. Faith is not a blind leap. It is a supremely logical step of trust in a supremely trustworthy person, me. It is you looking at the evidence of creation all around you, listening to the testimony of my word, feeling the witness of my spirit in your own heart, and coming to the conclusion that I am who I say I am, and I will do what I say I will do. Faith is choosing to trust my character and my promises more than you trust your own fluctuating feelings or your confusing circumstances. Faith is hearing the accuser whisper that you are too sinful, and then choosing to believe my promise that the blood of Jesus cleanses you from all sin. Faith is seeing the storm raging around you and choosing to believe my promise that I will never leave you nor forsake you. It is a choice, an act of your will, to place your trust in me. You may be thinking, but my faith is so weak. I am full of doubts. My child, you think you need a mountain of faith to be saved. You are trying to muster up some great feeling of certainty, and you are failing. Listen to me carefully. The power is not in the size of your faith. The power is in the object of your faith. Even if your faith is as small as a tiny mustard seed, the smallest of seeds, if you place that tiny seed of faith in me, the all-powerful, promise-keeping God, I will honor it. A small faith in a great God is infinitely more powerful than a great faith in your own abilities. I am not asking for perfect faith. I am not asking for a faith free from all doubt. I am asking you to simply come as you are, with the faith you have, however small, and place it in my hands. Pray the most honest prayer a person can pray, the prayer of the desperate father in my word who cried out to Jesus, I believe, help my unbelief. You hear the beauty in that. He acknowledged his doubt, but he chose to believe anyway. That is faith. So, stretch out your hand, however much it may be trembling. Receive the gift. It is the only thing I ask of you. Your hand of faith has just received the greatest gift in the universe. If your heart now burns to see another soul receive this same free gift of life, then I am calling you to open that same hand and release a blessing that will flow like a river into the wilderness. My promise to you is eternal. Give, and it will be given to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Your support through super thanks, membership, or PayPal is manna in the desert for a soul on the brink of surrender. This is your first opportunity to prove your newfound faith by your works. Let your receiving hand become a giving hand now, and I will multiply your gift beyond your understanding. For your entire life, my child, there has been a throne in the center of your heart, in the control room of your soul. And for your entire life, you have been sitting on that throne. You have been the king or queen of your own small, chaotic kingdom. You have made the decisions. You have set the agenda. You have tried to control the outcomes. You have fought desperately to manage your own life, to be your own God. And now, I ask you with all the tenderness of a loving father, take a good, hard look around at the kingdom you have built under your own rule. Look at the state of your kingdom. Is it a kingdom of peace, or is it a realm of constant anxiety? Is it a kingdom of joy, or is it marked by seasons of quiet despair? Are its borders secure, or are they constantly being breached by fear and temptation? Are its relationships defined by love and harmony, or by conflict and misunderstanding? You have been a poor ruler. You have been a tired and overwhelmed ruler. The burden of this kingdom is crushing you, because you were never created to rule it. This is why the act of repentance and faith must be accompanied by a third, decisive act, the act of total surrender. Surrender is not a popular word in your world. It sounds like defeat, like weakness, like giving up. But in my kingdom, it is the secret to victory and the very definition of strength. Surrender is you finally, willingly, stepping down from the throne of your life and inviting me, the rightful king, to take my seat. It is the moment you stop resisting me, stop fighting for control. It is you laying down your weapons of pride and stubborn self-will at my feet. It is you handing me the broken pieces of your life, the failed plans, the overwhelming problems, the tangled relationships, and trusting that I, the master artist, can make something beautiful and whole from the mess you have made. You have wanted me to be your savior, but you have been resisting me as your Lord. You want me to be your emergency service, the one you call when your kingdom is on fire, but then you want to go back to ruling it yourself once the crisis has passed. My child, it does not work that way. I cannot be your savior if you will not let me be your Lord. The two are inseparable. I cannot save the parts of your life that you refuse to hand over to my rule. I cannot bring peace to a kingdom where another king is still trying to call the shots. You think that surrendering control means losing your freedom. You have believed the lie that freedom is the ability to do whatever you want. But look where that has gotten you. You have become a slave to your own appetites, your own fears, your own sinful patterns. True freedom is not the absence of authority. It is living under the right authority. True freedom is not found in doing what you want, but in becoming who I created you to be. And that can only happen when I am on the throne of your life. So, pray the prayer that my son prayed in the garden on the night before he bought your salvation, the ultimate prayer of surrender. Father, not my will, but yours be done. Abdicate. Your true king is waiting to reign. This moment, this conversation we are having, is not the finish line. It is the opening of a door. It is the beginning of a lifelong conversation that will change you from the inside out, day by day. You have been living in a world of monologue, talking to yourself, listening only to the echo of your own thoughts and fears. Answering my call means entering into a divine dialogue, a relationship that is built and sustained through communication. This communication, this speaking my language, has two main parts: prayer and worship. Forget everything you think you know about prayer. Forget the formal, stilted language you think you have to use. Forget the idea that it is a ritual you perform or a shopping list of demands you present to me. Prayer in its purest form is simply you talking to me and me talking to you. It is a conversation between a child and their father. I want you to talk to me about everything. I already know it all, but I long to hear it from you because the act of telling me changes you. It builds intimacy and trust. Tell me about your day. Tell me what made you smile. Tell me what you are worried about as you try to fall asleep. Tell me when you are angry, even if you are angry with me. I can handle it. Pour out your heart to me as you would to your most trusted friend, because that is what I am. Be completely honored. The conversations I cherish most are not the most eloquent ones, but the most authentic ones. And then there is worship. Worship is the other side of this conversation. If prayer is you speaking to me about yourself and your life, worship is you speaking to me about me. It is not just singing songs on a Sunday, though it can certainly include that. Worship is the response of your heart when you pause and remember who I am and what I have done for you. Worship is looking at a sunset and whispering, "My God, you are an incredible artist." Worship is facing a difficult task and declaring, "You are my strength, and I can do this with your help." Worship is looking at the cross in your mind's eye and being overwhelmed with gratitude for my sacrifice. It is the act of acknowledging my power, my goodness, my holiness, and my infinite love. It is glorifying my name above all other names in your life, above the name of your fear, above the name of your addiction, above the name of your financial trouble. This ongoing conversation of prayer and worship is the very engine of your transformation. It is how your mind is renewed. It is how your perspective is lifted from the temporary concerns of this world to the eternal realities of my kingdom. It is how our intimacy deepens. Learn to speak my language, my child. Not a language of fancy words or religious jargon, but the simple, honest language of an open heart. Let your very life become a prayer, a continuous, running conversation with your Creator, who is also your Father and your best friend. You have begun to learn how to speak to me, how to pour out your heart in prayer and lift up your soul in worship. But any good conversation is two-way. You have been speaking and I have been listening. Now, you must learn the other, often more difficult half of the dialogue. You must learn to be still and listen for my reply. Your life is filled with noise. From the moment you wake up to the sound of an alarm, to the moment you fall asleep with a screen glowing in your face, your senses are bombarded. The radio in the car, the chatter in the office, the television in the evening, the endless notifications on your phone. The noise is relentless. You have lived in a state of constant auditory and mental clutter. And in all of that noise, you have left no space, no silence, for me to reply. You have been shouting your requests and worries into a hurricane, and then complaining that you cannot hear my still, small voice. You ask, but how do you speak, God? How will I know it's you? I speak in many ways, and as you walk with me, you will learn to recognize my voice, just as a sheep learns to recognize the unique voice of its shepherd. First and most clearly, I reply through my word, the Bible. As you begin to read it regularly, it will no longer be a static, ancient book. It will become my living voice to you. You will be wrestling with a specific fear, and a verse you have read 100 times before will suddenly leap off the page with a power and a personal meaning that directly addresses your heart. That is me speaking to you. Second, I reply through the gentle prompting of the Holy Spirit who lives within you. It will not be a loud, audible voice. It will be a quiet nudge in your spirit. It will be a sudden sense of deep peace about one decision and a check or an unease about another. It will be a quiet whisper of encouragement when you feel like giving up. This is my Spirit, your helper, guiding you from within. Third, I reply through the wise, godly counsel of my people, the church. I will place mature, trusted believers in your path, and through their advice, through their prayers, you will hear my wisdom and my direction for your life. Be careful to test all counsel against the truth of my word, but do not dismiss the voice of my family. Finally, I reply through the circumstances I orchestrate in your life. I am the sovereign Lord of all history. I will open door that no man can shut, and I will close door that no man can open. What your world calls coincidences are often my divine appointments, my loving interventions to guide you, protect you, and position you for my purposes. You have been too busy talking, too busy worrying, too busy striving to create the intentional silence needed to hear me. You have been missing my replies. So, I am calling you now to practice the sacred discipline of stillness, Carve out moments in your day to simply be quiet. Turn off the noise. Put down your phone. Still your frantic thoughts, and just listen. The universe of loving guidance awaits you in the silence. Now, the door to our lifelong conversation is open. My heart rejoices, but I never intended for you to walk this new road in solitude. To hear these personal instructions and then choose to step onto the battlefield alone would be a deep grief to me, your commander. You are part of an army. You have a family. Do not stop listening before I tell you of the great community I have for you and the nature of the fight you have just engaged in. My child, your decision to answer my call and follow me is the most profound personal decision of your life. But it was never, ever meant to be private. In your modern world, you have embraced the idea of being spiritual but not religious. You want me, but you do not want my family. You want a personal relationship, but you want to live it out in isolation. This is a deception from the enemy, designed to stunt your growth and ensure your eventual failure. I did not call you to walk this new path alone. From the very beginning, I have worked through a people, a community, a family. I have established my church, not as a perfect institution or a social club, but as the living, breathing body of Christ on earth. It is a family of fellow believers, a community of the redeemed, designed to support, encourage, and sharpen you on your journey. Think of it this way. When you build a fire, you gather the logs together. Together, they burn brightly, sharing their heat and light, creating a powerful blaze. But if you take a single, glowing ember out of that fire and set it alone on the cold hearth, what happens? Its glow fades. It quickly grows cold, and its fire dies out. My child, your faith, even if it is burning brightly in this moment, is that single ember. If you try to live your spiritual life in isolation, separated from the fire of the community, your passion will fade, your faith will grow cold, and your light will die out. It is inevitable. The world is a cold and hostile environment for faith. You need the warmth, the encouragement, and the shared strength of the fire. I know you may have been hurt by the church in the past. My family is not perfect because it is filled with imperfect, broken people just like you. They will sometimes disappoint you, but it is still my chosen bride, my body on earth, and you cannot be in a relationship with the head, Jesus, while refusing to be connected to his body. Do not forsake gathering with those who also call upon my name. It is in this messy, beautiful, imperfect community that you will find things you desperately need. You will find healing as you share your burdens with others, and they carry them with you in prayer. You will find accountability from brothers and sisters who will lovingly help you stay on the path when you are tempted to drift. You will find strength in numbers against a common enemy who seeks to isolate and destroy you. Your response to my call includes a response to my people. Your yes to me must also be a yes to joining my family. It is not an optional extra on your spiritual journey. It is the essential vehicle I have designed for the trip. Find a community of my people where my word is taught, where my son is cherished, and where my spirit is welcome. Your survival depends on it. My child, do not believe the lie, whispered by the enemy and sometimes even by well-meaning but naive believers, that answering my call is the end of all your troubles. Do not think that this decision is a magic shield that will suddenly make your life easy, comfortable, and free from pain. That is a dangerous falsehood. This moment is not an escape from the battle. It is your official enlistment into the victorious army. Before, you were a prisoner of war, living in enemy territory, and perhaps you were so accustomed to your chains that you mistook their familiar weight for a kind of peace. But now you have been liberated. You have changed your allegiance. You have been transferred from the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of my beloved Son, and the ruler of that dark kingdom is furious. You were his captive, a casualty of his war against me, and now you have been set free by a power he cannot defeat. He will not let you go without a fight. He will rage against your decision. He will come after you with a new intensity, because a free child of God is his greatest threat. But hear me, and let this truth dispel all your fear. I have not called you to a battle and then left you unarmed. I have equipped you fully for this spiritual warfare. I have given you my armor, and it is impenetrable. I give you the helmet of salvation to protect your mind, a constant, conscious reminder of who you are now. A forgiven, beloved, eternally secure child of the King. When the enemy whispers lies about your identity, your helmet is the truth that silences him. I give you the breastplate of righteousness, not your own, which is full of holes, but the perfect righteousness of my Son, which covers your heart and protects your core from condemnation. I give you the shield of faith, and I want you to actively take it up. It is what you will use to extinguish all the flaming arrows of doubt, fear, and temptation the enemy shoots at you. I give you the sword of the Spirit, which is my word. This is your only offensive weapon. You do not fight him with your own arguments or logic. You fight him by speaking my written truth, just as Jesus did in the wilderness. And here is the most important strategic truth I will ever give you. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from a position of victory. The war has already been won. The decisive battle was fought and won 2,000 years ago at the cross and the empty tomb. The head of the serpent has been cracked. The enemy is a defeated foe. He is a king who has been deposed, but he still roams the land, trying to deceive and destroy those who do not know that their true king has already won. You are not fighting to win a victory that is in doubt. You are enforcing a victory that has already been secured for you. So, when trials come, do not be surprised. Do not think it is a sign that I have abandoned you. Seeing these trials as the training ground of a soldier, the gymnasium where your faith muscles are strengthened, where you learn to use the weapons I have given you. Cling to me. I am your commander-in-chief. I am the Lord of armies. I have never lost a battle, and I certainly do not intend to start with you. Stay close to your commander, and I will lead you in triumph. This miracle that is happening in your heart right now, this great rescue from the pit of despair, this divine conversation that is altering the course of your destiny, it was never intended to terminate with you. You are not a cul-de-sac on the road of my grace. You are a highway. This new life, this forgiveness, this joy I am pouring into you is not a private treasure to be hoarded and hidden away. It is a seed that I am planting in you, and it is meant to grow into a great tree that will provide shade and fruit for many others. What I am doing in you is so that I can do something powerful through you. Your life from this moment forward is becoming a story of my grace, a living, breathing testament to my power to rescue and redeem. And that story, your testimony, is one of the most powerful weapons of light I am placing in your hands. Think about the people in your life right now, your family, your friends, your coworkers. There are those among them who are exactly where you were just a short while ago. They are lost, wandering in the same darkness you knew. They are carrying the same secret burdens, thirsting at the same empty wells, believing the same lies that you believe. They feel hopeless. They believe they are too broken, too sinful, too far gone. Your logical arguments about my existence will not reach them. Your religious platitudes will bounce off the hard shell around their hearts. But your story, that is something no one can argue with. When they see the genuine change in you, when they see a peace in your eyes that was not there before, When they hear a new kindness in your voice, they will be confronted with an undeniable truth. When you tell them with humility and honesty, I was broken and He made me whole. I was lost and He found me. I was a slave to fear and He set me free. You are not boasting about your own strength. You are boasting about my power. You are building a bridge of hope from your past to someone else's present. Your story makes my grace tangible and believable. My word says that my people overcome the accuser by two things: the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. The blood of the Lamb is the foundation of your victory. It is what Jesus did for you. It is the objective, historical fact of your redemption. But the word of your testimony is how you activate and release the power of that victory into the world around you. It is your subjective experience of that objective truth. It is you standing up and declaring, what He did for the whole world, He did for me, personally. Understand this shift in your purpose. I am not just saving you from something, from hell, from sin, from despair. I am saving you for something. I am saving you for a purpose, for a mission. I am saving you to be a witness, a light bearer, an ambassador of my reconciliation. So, prepare yourself. Prepare to share the story of what is happening right now. Do not be ashamed of your past. It is now the backdrop against which my grace will shine most brightly. This very moment, this final call that changed everything, will become the centerpiece of your message of hope to a hurting and dying world. My child, as you step out from this moment of decision onto the new path I have set before you, you must be prepared. Your feelings will be unreliable guides. Your emotions will come and go like the tide. There will be days when you feel close to me, when your faith is vibrant and your heart is full of worship. Cherish the day. But there will also be days when you do not feel safe. There will be moments when you feel distant, when your prayers seem to bounce off the ceiling, when you feel like a complete hypocrite. There will be times when the accuser's voice is loud, when doubt screams in your ear, and when the pull of your old life feels overwhelmingly strong. In those moments, your feelings will tell you that it is over, that you have failed, that I have left you. Your feelings will lie to you. That is why I am giving you something far more stable than your feelings to stand on. I am giving you an absolute, eternal, and unchanging promise. Engrave these words on your heart. Write them on the walls of your mind. Let this be the truth you cling to when all other truths feel shaky. I will never leave you nor forsake you. I am with you always, even to the very end of the age. This is not a suggestion. It is not a hopeful sentiment. It is a divine, unbreakable covenant, sealed with the blood of my Son. My presence with you is not dependent on your performance. It is not a reward for your good days and something I withdraw on your bad days. It is a permanent reality based on your new identity as my child. When you feel far from me, I have not moved. When you feel that I am silent, I am still there, holding you. Here is the secret to your eternal security, and it will bring a great rest to your soul. Your salvation is not held by the strength of your grip on me, but by the strength of my grip on you. Imagine you are the small child of a strong father, and he is holding your hand as you cross a busy, dangerous street. Your small hand might get sweaty. Your grip might weaken if you get scared or distracted by something shiny. You might even, for a foolish moment, try to pull your hand away. But your Father's grip on you is strong, firm, and secure. He will not let you go. His grip is what sees you safely to the other side, not yours. I am that Father. My grip on you will never falter. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can pry you from my hand. I declared through my Apostle Paul a promise that is your ultimate security clearance. What can separate you from my love? Can trouble or hardship? Can persecution or famine or poverty? Can danger or threats of violence? No, not even death or life, not angels or demons, not your fears for today or your worries about tomorrow, not even the powers of hell can separate you from my love which is in Christ Jesus your Lord. This is the anchor for your soul, firm and secure. When the storms of feeling and doubt come, drop this anchor. It will hold. My child, we have come to the end of this conversation and to the beginning of your new life, if you so choose. I have laid everything before you with clarity and love. I have held nothing back. I have shown you the emptiness of the path you are on, a slow drift into a hardened, joyless existence, ending in a closed door. I have warned you of the danger of your delay, of the lies you have believed, and of the coming day of reckoning. But I have also shown you the glorious alternative. I have revealed the incredible depth of my love for you, a love that motivated the sacrifice of my own son. I have explained the power of my forgiveness, which can wash away every stain. I have offered you a new identity, a divine purpose, a supernatural power through my spirit, and a peace that transcends all understanding. I have shown you your seat, waiting for you at the eternal banquet. I have laid before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Now, the choice is yours, and it must be your choice. I am the King of the universe, and I could force your obedience. But I will not. I will not be a tyrant of your heart. Love, by its very nature, cannot coerce. It must be freely given and freely received. I have created you with a free will, the most beautiful and most dangerous gift I have given you, and I will not violate it. I have presented my case. I have issued my loving, urgent invitation. Now, I will stand back and wait for your verdict. I have told you of the celebration that happens in heaven over one sinner who repents. At this very moment, all of heaven is holding its breath. The angels are silent, leaning over the balconies of glory, waiting. They are waiting for the return of one of my lost children. They are waiting for you. This is the final call. The invitation has been given. My arms are open wide, just as they were on the cross. The path home is clear. What will your answer be? Do not deceive yourself into thinking that no answer is an answer. Silence is an answer. It is a no for today. Let me think about it as an answer. It is a no for today. Later, the thief of souls, is an answer. It is a no for today. And you are not guaranteed tomorrow. Your eternity hangs in this single, sacred moment. All of my warnings, all of my promises, all of my love, and all of my sacrifice have led you to this point of decision. What will it be? I am pleading with you now, with all the love in my Father's heart. Stop running. Stop hiding. Stop striving. Turn around. Speak to me, my child. Now, before it is eternally too late. Come home. If your heart has just answered yes to my final call, then your new life of obedience begins with this next command. There are countless other children of mine still hesitating at the door, and this message is the trumpet call they must hear before it is too late. My word asks, how can they hear unless someone is sent? Today, by your giving, you are the one who sends. Your gift provides the oil for the lamps that light the way home. I will see this sacrifice, and I promise the windows of heaven will open over your house. This is the first fruit of your surrender. Answer this call to give through Super Thanks membership with a link in the description, and partner with me in my great rescue mission now. My child, this final call demands a response. Do not let this moment fade into a memory. Make it a monument. Let your first act of turning back be a bold declaration, shattering the silence you have kept for so long. Go to the space below and let your own hands testify to the decision of your heart for all of heaven and earth to witness. Type these words and make them your own. I hear the call, and I am coming home. Do not delay, for this declaration is the sound of your chains breaking. Let it echo now. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.